Absolutely massive leaves. I mean, I'm gonna probably put it in a pot about 3 times the size of that. 1 sock, 2 sock. Like, that's kind of my plan for that thing, is to, you know, keep it as an indoor plant, obviously, because I won't be able to put it outside. But probably double the size of the pot that it's in. Because I would like it to be, you know, decent size, but I want to keep it as a manageable indoor plant. How's it going? It's going good, Alan. Yourself? You know, it's interesting that you say that, Gillimer, because everything that I've read about elephant leaves and all of the advice I've gotten is water it once a week. Like, treat it like a monstera. So, I don't know. I'm going to be cautious with the amount that I'm watering it, but because it seems to be quite happy with what I've been doing so far, so I will keep doing that. I water it maybe once a week. Pretty good working from home today? Well, congratulations on the homework for grown-ups. I don't know where I'm going with that. But, yeah, so now that we're diving in, 2 things I want to say. First off, just as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I don't take any sponsored time or anything, which is interesting because I've started getting emails about sponsorships again. And all of the emails I've been getting, I've gotten 3 in the last 2 weeks, from different companies, all affiliated with a particular casino. So just to give you an idea on where the advertising market for this industry is right now, thank you for helping me avoid that nonsense. I appreciate you. We stay funded thanks to the subscriptions from people in the Twitch chat, from ads on places like YouTube and Twitch, as well as, you know, super chats and memberships, and bits, and gifted subs, and prime subs. So I also make a little bit of money from merch, as well as memberships to my website, which can be found at blindirl.com. I do send out blog posts via email, and I need to do that. I've just been very mentally busy, is the way to describe it. So it's the thing that gets thrown on the back burner when I've got other priorities, such as making big videos for you guys. So that's how we exist here. Any particular reason I don't do sponsors? Did you hear what I just said? The only emails I've gotten about sponsorships recently are from casinos. Sponsorship marketing sucks. The industries that want to work with people like me suck. And you often end up spending more time and effort seeking out sponsorships than you do making money from them. And while the payouts can be really big, then you're suddenly depending on 1, 2, maybe 3 companies to pay your paychecks. And there's a very common correlation between doing a lot of sponsorships and audience, and that's you do a lot of sponsorships and the amount of money you make from your audience goes down. I would rather make less money overall and have more a higher semblance of stability from subscriptions, bits, etc. KidFox has contracted me to make videos for them, so I don't quite count that as a sponsorship. But, like, I've done gig work, right? Like, KidFox paid me to make tutorials. They paid me to make the Adventure Mode Getting Started Guide and the Dwarf Fortress Getting Started Guide and a few others. You can find them all. They're on both of our channels. So if you go to the KidFox YouTube channel, you can see those. They paid me hourly to make them. So that's kind of a different thing. That's more like gig work. Same with NoClip. I recorded a shit ton of footage for the NoClip Dwarf Fortress documentaries, but that, again, was just a hourly gig that I did. So, honestly, if you like this content and you like the stuff that I make, consider subscribing, or if you can't, consider sharing the stuff that I make and telling a friend, because that's how I make a living. I don't take any credit for, like, what the content of the NoClip doc, but the some of the filler footage in that, I'd say maybe about 30 to 40, if not more, % of the gameplay was either recorded by me or from my live streams, so. Thank you for helping keep this channel funded, allowing me to do this full-time and, you know, not fill this shit up with HelloFresh nonsense. I appreciate that, some modders. I do.
Crypt Plotlin.
Thanks, Montycore. Keeping that Prime subscription alive. Welcome to Filthhammer, home of a mighty interesting mayor. And it makes a lot of sense why it's my mayor when you look at their social skills. You know, honestly, Ground News is something I would consider a sponsorship for, but like, I also feel like they should fund people who are actually doing political content, not like me. I mean, I talk about politics from time to time, but I don't really consider myself to be a political content channel. I do have a Ground News subscription though. It's pretty nifty little app, if I'm being honest. Like, you know, I do in fact use Ground News, but I'm okay not taking their money, frankly. I'm not a contributor to the Dwarf Fortress Guidebook. I wasn't paid to be in the Dwarf Fortress Guidebook, but the authors of the Dwarf Fortress Guidebook, this is a thing from YouTube chat, they mentioned that I'm in the Dwarf Fortress Guidebook, used my tutorials as a reference for a lot of it. So I'm credited as like a special thanks, basically. My arm is indeed okay. Both of them, in fact. Emperor Iron. Both of them. You don't blame streamers for it, but you hate that gambling ads are so common on Twitch. You know, you could probably say that about just about any industry that has any kind of public face right now. Aguelithan. Like, did you ever find out the source of that goblin, by the way? Out of curiosity? Anyway, like, you could say that about sports. You know, you could say that about basically anything that, like, you could bet on. It's, like, full of gambling ads, so. No, the last time I actively took sponsorships was in 2022. And I'm going to go sponsorship free as long as I fucking can. Because I don't feel stable doing it. I make a bit more money, usually, but I never feel good about it. Knickknack255, thanks for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. You might, can I ask what region you live in? You might live in a region where gambling advertising isn't legal. Which is, like, actually not unlikely. But I will never stream slots. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I don't know. Luchim. The named dwarves in the fort currently are Jack Narek, Darius Carbon, Tripping, Gimli, as well as Cthulhu Dancing and Ryder. And if I scroll down, we've got Ozenthium, Enter Bunny, Glibjo Mama, Wolf, Kimball, as well as we had a bunch of deaths at the end of the last stream. So Darkish, like I'm pretty sure both Romanoids died. Buttsworth, Hero, the if this dwarf dies, the fort ends was a thing at the beginning of this, the very beginning of this fort. Hero is my adventurer, or one of my adventurers. Snail, another one of my adventurers. We also have Bismuth and Brian Burton. And Alex. We also have Emperor Iron. Lanix. Hilmar. Neezer. Maya Gorlak. Bobby Bones. Laya. Elfie Bean. And Can't Find My Zombie. By the way, the zombie died. So, very fitting. Ice Blue is still around. Bearded Craftsman if possible. Dealer's choice. I definitely missed that name while I was reading through. So, what am I naming that Bearded Craftsman? Ice Blue. I'm not going to have 2 dwarves named Ice Blue, but... you and your other were miners, Romanoid. And I'm digging around the, well, I'm digging around this thing, and some lava spilled out, and, well, that's what remains of you. The good news is right before you died, you got married. The sad news is your husband is now a widower. So, you know, I'm sorry. But as far as hero, I mean, you can just name somebody after a celebrity, because I was going to do that anyway. Ice Blue. We don't need to worry so much about that. It's just too tricky to do that fairly. I'm going to do that in a minute anyway. But as far as hero goes, or if you want to name something unrelated like a table or a workshop or a window or a trader thing. Wasabi Chunk! I love your name. Thank you very much for the tier 1. I like me some wasabi. Give me that wasabi. He does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress after seeing ZYL's dead body in 1059. Gripped by crippling shyness. You know, he's doing okay. I mean, he's very rusty. He recently joined the Fortress proper, so I was gonna put him into a squad, but oh yeah, also Oblivion died. This one bums me out. This Oblivion died to the Deadly Blood Forgotten Beast, and the reason that one bums me out is because Oblivion was a child in the last fort and grew up and then came here. Also, just gonna double check to make sure we haven't grabbed this. New dwarf for Wasabi. Wasabi, what kind of dwarf would you like? Wasabi Chunk, you're being gifted a dwarf by Ice Blue 220. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or without a beard, and do you have a task of preference? Or is it just dealer's choice? Well, thank you for doing the boring labor that somebody has to do, Wasabi. Yeah, no, I'm mentioned in the special thanks sections of a few things that I didn't get paid to be in, Mark Gordon in YouTube chat. One of those things was I'm in the credits for Path of Acra, just as a special thanks. I'm in the credits for Jupiter Hell as a special thanks, just because I covered those games a lot. There's a few things I'm in the credits for as a special thanks. But Wasabi Chunk, Ice Blue would like to give a dwarf to you to be named. Be wary of your stapler. Definitely. Why do I need to be wary of a stapler? Oh, you know, fun fact, when I worked in an assembly line, the first day I put an industrial staple through my thumb. I was like through the thumb and the palm of my hand. Like, hurt like hell. Beard, dealer's choice. Okay, happiest dwarf with beard coming right up these nuts. This dwarf is a weaver named Udib, who's currently unconscious and sleeping on the floor. Wasabi is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. Is that somebody who's told that the wasabi isn't that spicy? And then they eat all of it? Often feels filled with joy. Strengthening after becoming a parent in 1062. Though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking and never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. After seeing a troglodyte die, he presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and often feels discouraged. I'm just imagining us describing a piece of wasabi right now, and that's very funny to me. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Curious and eager to learn, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. It could be considered rude, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable, at least in the abstract. He can handle stress and does not particularly... he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to hang on to grievances. Mark Gordon, just because you're the last person speaking, would you like a dwarf? What kind of dwarf would you like in the YouTube chat? He stammers when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values decorum as a high ideal. Or would you like me to name a piece of furniture something funny? Mark Gordon. He He personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected and finds romance distasteful and sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He likes platinum and silver and carnelian and crystal glass, as well as bat ray leather and amber and picks and millstones and earrings and the words of the bride of Periwinkle and the sound of the flax and lilac and prefers to consume Grimeling and bayberry wine and bumblebee honey and spelt flour and can't stand purring maggots. You know, honestly, why not both? Deep sea fishing. Why not both? You're married to Solon the metalsmith and you've got 2 children. Ezim. I was about to say, why are you just like alone in a stairwell, child? And your son and your daughter is Dusum, who's happy remembering playing with a toy. Are there any games that might serve as a sort of gateway to someone who hasn't played a lot of strategy games like this? I think like the conventional knowledge is RimWorld, but I'm more and more leaning away from that purely because I find that RimWorld is trying to do things like Dwarf Fortress, but doesn't really do, but ends up making enough pretty critical changes to the format that it's a very different game. I think that if you want a gateway into Dwarf Fortress, you're probably honestly better served playing little small-scale city builders or something like Timberborn. Games with a lot of mechanics and verticality that make you think about similar concepts, you know, like having to keep the population fed, keeping people generally happy and not pissed off, which we need to worry about today, and like trying to understand complicated mechanics without like having direct control. Because that's something that Dwarf Fortress does that a lot of games that are inspired by it remove, is they give you direct control. And I think what makes Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways, for me anyways, is the fact that no matter how stable your fort is, you don't have 100% perfect control over the outcome of what is happening. Yeah, something like Goblin Camp. Goblin Camp is a good example of a game that is trying to do that. Goblin Camp's a little weird though, and it's like early enough in development that it's like kind of hard to recommend if you're not already in. You know what I mean? Like Goblin Camp is a game that's easy to recommend if you are already in the genre. I've never played Core Keeper, so I couldn't tell you. I know almost nothing about Core Keeper, actually. Any dwarf? Could I name him Sumo? Happiest unnamed dwarf it is. You are a brewer. Oh, actually, no, a studier. That's the happiest unnamed dwarf. Missed that one. This is not a new embark. Arcturus. This is day 5? Day 5 of this fort. I think we'll maybe do a stream or 2 more of this one. I've got, well, it depends on like what we end up doing with it, but we are building a very large library in this fort. She has an incredibly calm demeanor and is impervious to the effects of stress, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism, and almost never feels discouraged. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is hopeful about the future. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She finds obligations... YouTube chat, I don't have the thumbnail set that says New Fort on it, do I? Hold on, let me just double check that I don't. Now I'm suddenly worried that I have the wrong thumbnail. No, I don't. Keeper RL is interesting. I wish that I enjoyed playing it more. I find it a little dull. Like, there's not enough going on to keep me personally engaged, but... So, Soma Smith, the way we name things is every 25 minutes there is a pretty cheap redemption here on Twitch, which just says name something, which is 500 points. And sometimes when people redeem that, I also give something to the YouTube chat as well. So if you hang around for 15 minutes, it'll be off cooldown. Keep an eye. She is deliberately, where was I? Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Although if there's a tier 2 subscriber hanging around, maybe they could do something sneaky, you know what I'm saying? Emotionally rewarding and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is slow to anger and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She has an active sense of humor and often is cheerful, and sometimes can act without deliberation. When greeting others, she always smiles nervously and scratches her ear when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind wearing something, being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal. Tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded, and also foolish. He sees coffee as a positive thing in his life. What was the other thing that I'm missing here? She likes ash glaze and platinum and brown jasper, as well as crescents and backpacks and rings and mules as for their stubbornness, and giant kestrels for their hunting prowess. And when possible, prefers to consume passion fruit wine and fonio flower, and can't stand cave spiders. And there we go. The other thing I'm going to do here is just type in... Okay, I've got some slabs engraved. Let's see if I can place those, because I queued up a bunch of slabs at the end of the stream. By the way, we found something cool while I was digging around in the depths. We found this blazing metal warhammer. The lady, Madame Gorlak, is pretty happy, for the most part. Is a dabbling swords lack, apparently, has a steel short sword, and is reading a lot of books. Very satisfied after reading Butcher's Vial, which is pretty cool. I wonder. I'm gonna build this. And I'm also gonna go here. I was saying this yesterday, I think this fort needs mist generators because of how I'm running it to remain stable. And I'm becoming more and more convinced of this. So I think I'm gonna set up some mist generators. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm also going to do statue 8. So 8 statues. Rock, statue, 8. A layer above. Just gonna have to remember to not cut down these trees or put some flooring in. May actually just do that. Put flooring in. Actually, let's not dig through this. Let's just go down. Down, 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 down. Oops. Down. Uh-oh. I'm just noticing this needs another one of these. Let's go down to here. Right around this. So you've got 300 power. This is all powered. Ooh, that's pretty far away. How close is this to that? So basically this is where we need to go to. Maybe like right here? Nope. Let's go actually, where do you go to? You connect to the surface up here, so I don't want to connect it to that. Let's go right here. just queuing this up real quick, and then we'll worry about other things after this. Okay, cool. I'm also going to put a dot there and a dot there, because that'll look nicer. And Dracaros, thank you very much for the tier, or for the, not tier 2, for the Prime month for the 2nd month. Appreciate ya. You wish we had an animated coffee emoticon. I mean, I have the power. What would you want it to do? Necromonsters? So these necromancer experiments are creatures that I've rescued from imprisonment from local temples. So that's what's up with the necro creatures. Also worth noting, I am in the process of properly arming these squads, because it turns out when you're arming an entire, like, army, it takes kind of a long time, and that's something that I'm in the process of doing, because it turns out I've got a lot, and I do mean a lot, of dwarves in this fort that are in the military, and in order to arm all of these, it's gonna take a very long time. So we're in the process of doing that. Also, I have a trained jabberer. Just thought you should know that. Speaking of things, there is a ghost in the fort. Where are you? Right, yeah, you're in an area that you can't get to me. Obok. We'll wait on that for a little bit and then get that placed. And Emily has been missing for a week because Emily was one of the dwarves that got torched. That was my broker. Speaking of, I now need to assign a new broker and a new bookkeeper. I'm actually going to assign the necromancer experiments because I'm just going to slowly let them take over the fort to a degree. Although, honestly, a dwarf would be pretty good for the record keeper portion. Where did I have the offices? This is now a good question for me. Ah, right there. And spherical pigeon. The best kind of pigeon. I would never want a rectangular pigeon, after all. Are your miners and woodcutters also in the military? Yes. They have picks assigned, but they're also using a custom uniform. Uh-oh, actually. No, not that one. This one. They're using a custom uniform, which is Mine Warrioresses. And speaking of, I need to throw some other miners into this squad. So what I need to do is I need to go through here and remember which ones are which. Saigon, then Saigon. Let's say Stukos. Let's say Esmil. And Volteg. Done. So they're using a custom uniform where they are equipping picks. Also, this dwarf is running around with a book and a shield, which is kind of funny. Now, the actual thing here in this fort is just so large for military. It has such a large military that actually keeping up with all of the names of, or with all of the weapons and gear for them is very difficult. That's the actual issue here. Which, I mean, it's not really an issue, but... Let's get those placed and get those dwarves memorialized. And you're over here digging. I really, really, really wish that that was a thing. Can't find my zombie, but no, there is no way to restart World Gen after you've started in it. The closest thing you can do to that is start adventure mode. And this is an approximation, so it isn't quite the same thing. But start up adventure mode. And once you've started up adventure mode, a Vile Force of Darkness is around. Once you've started adventure mode, immediately abandon them to starvation. But I would recommend playing Outsiders. And when you start adventure mode, 2 weeks will pass. And when the adventure mode dies and you save, 2 weeks pass. So it takes maybe an hour and you can let 2 years go by. Less than that, but you just have to randomly kill adventurers. Or you could retire them if you are more merciful, but... Lazaraz, if you want to be noticed quicker, I recommend typing in the Twitch chat instead of the YouTube chat. But my mayor is a necromancer experiment, yes. Who we rescued from a prison. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived, which is why I have moons, as you can see. Did I not assign Attis the book? Hold on. Actually, Attis, did I just put you in a squad? I think I did. Yes, I did. So where is this? I need a hotkey for the surface. Let's just do F4 for the surface. So this is the tiny little enemy army. Where are they from? Yeah, the idea of starting a tiny fort and automating it with the max frames. I mean, another thing that you could do is don't even worry about automating it. Just literally let them sit on the surface. Like, don't allow any migrants, set the population cap to 10 or something, and just let them hang out on the surface. Like, you could, and just set the frame rate to like 1,000 or 2,000. Like, that's how Putnam plays, supposedly. A rendition of the certain cruelties, an image of a bed. You know, now that I think about it, I haven't looked at this goblin's symbol before. The Poisons of Winter, their image is just like their symbol that is on all of their evil banners as they invade and spread like demonic rituals and leave people's heads on spikes is just like Sleep Country. That's funny. I would say Insomniac in YouTube chat. We're going to leave the game paused for a little bit, guys, because an ad's about to play. If you're trying to learn this game, that's the way to do it. Just one mechanic at a time. Like, get farming down. Okay, now get, like, clothing management down. Cool. Then do combat. Just pick whatever's interesting. Theme each an individual fort around one new mechanic that you haven't learned before. The bed must menace with spikes. Oh, certainly. Yeah. That's a symbol you can get behind. I mean, maybe it's like a Klingon bed where it's just a cement brick. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to forbid this. And we're just going to scream surprise at them really loudly when they come down here. That's how we're going to do this fight. We're just going to do it that way. Actually, do I have any strange moods? I should check that. Why do I keep fucking that up? I do, actually. You need wood. Do I have wood? Ah, I don't have wood. All right, well, you can go chop down those trees for me then. We got 50 seconds left on these ads. When the ads are done, we will continue this fight. Although I am going to grab all of my squads before this actually happens. And then we'll wait. You thought that they just slept in the mud? Generally, goblins just sleep on the floor. They're like university students. YouTube chat is talking about pigs, which makes me go, Twitch chat, what's your favorite livestock in Dwarfort? Pigs are useful because they don't need to graze. They don't need to be put onto dirt, or they don't need to be put on grass or moss. They make bugs appear around them. So if you're one of those crazies that's like, I'm going to collect bugs in the bug trap thing and make them into pets, you can collect bugs easily that way. And also they give milk, which can be made into cheese, and when you butcher them, they give a good amount of meat and fat for food and soap. And they also give a good amount of hide, which can be used as leather. Sheep is your favorite? I really like alpacas if we're gonna do like a shearable livestock. So here come the goblins. Blink and you'll miss it, chat. Just gonna tell all the squads to go stand right there. So here, I'm just gonna move one turn at a time because this is gonna move really quickly, most likely. I've got a lot of Marks dwarves that are training in wrestling. So the literal second this goblin walks around the corner, he's gonna turn into an instant pincushion. We'll do that right after this fight is over, Stratharis. Do you want a male or female dwarf? I don't have any goblins or elves in the fort. So here goes the pincushion launchers. Snatcher, protect the childs. There's our first of the snatchers. Oh, this one's been here twice. That's why they've got 2 bags. Goblins have a very strange obsession with bags. My Marks dwarves are firing bolts. They are also firing arrows. Look at that! Just look at that cloud. The bolts will blot out the sun. The recruit stabs the thief in the head with a steel spear, fracturing the skull, and the flying bolt also hits him in the leg. So this guy down here stabbed him in the head. Hilmar reached up with his spear, went poke, while hanging off of the side of this wall, because those little hands means that he's climbing. So this dwarf down here is climbing. This guy's getting stabbed in the head. And how are you doing? Probably dodging, apparently. Dodging bolts. And this is already not going great for them, although it turns out Urvad here, the spear dwarf, is actually bleeding, unfortunately, because a arrow hit this spear dwarf in the upper body. Thankfully, there's plenty of backup, so hopefully that's mostly goblin blood. It is mostly goblin blood. That is good news. Another thief has arrived. Let's see if you've been here before. You have also been here before and have no memories of this place. How about you? Do you have any memories of this place? No, you don't. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness, please? Just post my Vile Force of Darkness buttons, because right now, the goblins are literally flying because a swords dwarf slams into the goblin, and the goblin is knocked to the ground, skidding along the ground. And this is probably the one who slammed into them, because you're also in midair, or you're just jumping, one of the two. That goblin is about to fall and is now in the middle of the everything and is probably just getting, like, raffle stomped to death. Up here, we do actually have a dwarf who's taken on some injuries, who's bleeding heavily, probably got stabbed again, but is, like, fighting through it very well, in fact, actually. Punching, and actually most recently stabbed a goblin thief in the upper body with a steel spear, which, in fact, tore through the heart through the troll fur cloak. They don't kill the trolls to make cloaks out of them. They actually shear them because trolls have very thick fur. Up here is Hilmar, who's continuing to push forwards as a very valiant dwarf does, I'm going to grab a bunch of squads that are slightly more trained than other ones and tell them to go stand like right here to go assist this dwarf so that they don't stand back while this dwarf dies, because that would be bad. Hilmar is a recruit, very new at this, is only a dabbling spear dwarf, has seen a spear once or twice before and just picked it up for the first time yesterday, and I think maybe just got a kill. Did you? No, you didn't. I was hopeful. Got hit by another arrow, which actually fractured a bone. Ow. And we've got the other dwarves charging forwards, as well as my pick dwarves, such as Stukos here, who was only just added to the pick dwarves and actually is punching goblins and says death is all around us. I feel very uneasy. Do I have any other pick dwarves in here? Because those are always fun to follow. We also have Alath here, who stabbed a goblin crossbowman with a steel spear. And it appears that Romanoid's been missing for a week. I thought I just had a new death, but no, it was just we realized that Romanoid's missing, which is a damn shame. The rest of the dwarves are now charging directly through the goblin army, and I'm amazed that the siege hasn't broken yet. How many more of them are there? I don't know. Probably not that many. This last goblin's like, where'd my friends go? And then immediately gets fucking one shot. Looks like just got hit in the head with a bolt. So the impressive thing here is that the siege is still going. Okay. Well, I guess there's more coming in. I'm gonna send all these dwarves back to where they were previously. Telling all the dwarves to back up. Seems like Jack Nurik here is seriously injured. Do we have people coming to recover wounded? We do. Alex is coming to recover the wounded. Looks like we've got a few actually coming to recover wounded. Hilmar is also seriously injured, who's now getting recovered, specifically by Alex here. Good luck there. Seems like we've got a child who's hauling a boulder. Normal child during siege activities. Dilf, thank you very much for the 17th month and helping keep the channel funded. I greatly appreciate you. It really does mean a lot. Here comes wave number 2. I don't think this is going to go much better for these goblins, unfortunately for them. All right, yeah, the reason the digging stopped was because of the child. Please run. And charge number 2 happens. And it seems to be going just as poorly for the goblins as the first one, although Volbach here is seriously injured. Got seriously injured because, what happened? A bolt struck them in the lower body, which tore the pancreas. Ow, jeez. But honestly, it doesn't seem to have gone too badly for them, aside from the bleeding, because they did kill 2 goblins. So, go get them, dwarf. Not a bad fight, if I do say so myself. Aside from the few injuries. I lost one of my necromancer experiments. Urist, the demon's prophet, has been found dead. Because there is a singular goblin left up here, who is currently fighting with Volbach, it appears. The singular goblin is hopefully about to cease existing and not take any more with them. Volbach here is winded. Ooh, can you still breathe? You can still breathe. Because this dwarf just got turned into a pincushion and pulled all the bolts out. What a badass. How did we jinx you, Stratharas? I will name you in a second. But after the fighting is over. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Are you gonna make it, dwarf? You're no longer bleeding. Good lord. Shark jumping walrus? Holy shit. I know you from the Twitch chat. Is gifting 5 memberships to the YouTube chat. Appreciate you, dude. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube chat, can I get a round of whatevers? I don't know what you have. Juice boxes? You guys also have beers. I'm being silly, but... Somebody getting put in a tomb? I certainly hope so. And I'm just going to chuck all those in there so that I can make more tombs. All right. Well, all in all, 1 death. Could have been worse. Dastot has begun a mysterious construction after we acquired wood for them. So that's good as well. And let's go down to here. So Dwarfy McDwarfface, you said. Do I have a non-dwarf I could name? I don't really want to make my mayor Dwarfy McDwarfface, but I'll give you a brewer. That isn't a dwarf. How's that? It's a demon brewer, definitely. Sure, it's a This necromancer could not have had a more complicated last name, but it's that person's demon. Yes. How many years of history do I recommend on World Gen? Probably 250 is like a good starter spot. Generally, you'll find your preference with time. Older worlds, you'll have more of this stuff. Younger worlds, you'll have more like Forgotten Beasts and Titans. He's a dwarf, it says in the name. Definitely a dwarf. It's like a human with like the glasses with a big fake nose and a big beard, and it's like definitely not a human is what they're anyway. Often feels filled with joy, is a nervous wreck, and is in a constant state of internal rage. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, is somewhat scatterbrained, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She does not go out of her way. She's not of a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She can handle stress, and she generally acts impartially. She is rarely moved to mercy, and she likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. How do you do, fellow dwarfers? Exactly, little Tibby. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Values a harmonious existence and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Likes gold, bone, opal, and jute paper, as well as splints and minks for their long bodies, and prefers to consume giant mink and sheep cheese, as well as perry and dwarven wheat flour. I don't think I've ever seen a giant mink. just saying. You have a family in the fortress, two of which actually have died, Lanix and Ip. And good to keep you around. Welcome to the fort. And let's... A lot of dwarves are storing owned items and putting stuff away and doing what they do. It's going to take a while to get all these bodies taken care of. Bunch of dwarves in hospital as well. I'm going to have to be cautious. Emily and this one. And I don't think I've done Romanoids, so... We'll grab that as well. Full of internal rage, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Don't buy it. Well, I mean, you can be angry at things, but also, like, you know, enjoy the rain. That doesn't seem like too much of a stretch to me. I'm also checking the... Let's fill you up again. Wondering if anybody's actually going to come and pump it. Obok the Ghost has been put to rest, which is good. Yeah, I'm going to make a pump is what, or I'm going to make a mist generator. Is like plan number 1. A rock salt crown. Dastot has created a rock salt crown and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. I think that's going to be given to my mayor, because that is the first crown that's been made in this fort. Although they do already have a Yakbone crown on, but... I'm also going to go to tasks, and I'm going to scroll down. Okay, I've got casts being applied? Really? Huh. I must have gypsum plaster in the fort, then. Fascinating. Do you ever just go, really? I have that? Apparently I have that. I guess it must have come from like a failed caravan or something. We should make soap. That should be a sooner than later thing that we work on. You'll buy it now. There you go. Just like Amazon intended. Another task that's happening quite consistently is down here. I've got a magma forge up and running. So a lot of dwarves down here are working on forging. We've also got a lot of this kind of thing up and running. And I probably need more breastplates. Bars, let's check that. I literally just have 1 steel right now, so we'll just wait until they make more iron, I guess, into steel. What are we currently working on? We're working on steel bars and steel breastplates is what we're making currently. Checks out. You're always surprised when you have plaster? Yeah. It's like something I never make, and I don't generally find gypsum, so I never even think to make it. And then every now and again, it's like, oh, you have gypsum. I'm also making some very fancy armor stands. It's almost like you're biased in this discussion, Emperor Iron, and I can't quite figure out why. So something else that we found at the very end of the last stream is down here is raw adamantine. So not here, but right here is raw adamantine. So we were actually quite close to adamantine. I think I'm going to dig out all of the extra walls here that I know for a fact are safe. And then I'm going to channel directly down into here. Well, I'll do that first. And then I'm going to channel diagonally into this. Maybe I don't want to channel through a gem. Yeah, actually, we'll dig into this way. So let's, instead of doing that, we'll do this. And then I will channel diagonally into this, which is going to let this lava in here all flow out so that we can have a better view of things. May also have alabaster. Do I have alabaster? Nope. I do not. You know, honestly, I've had a couple caravans, trade caravans, get broken. So I'd be willing to bet it was one that broke. Where beasts start when dwarves get... what's it called? Werebeasts start to happen when people get cursed. People in YouTube chat are asking about when werebeasts tend to start, or talking about when werebeasts tend to start. Werebeasts start appearing when people get cursed. People get cursed when... It's not tied to a particular year, I guess is the actual statement. A forgotten beast named Bazza Koru has come, an enormous 3-eyed buffalo. Okay. It has two narrow tails and a bloated body. Its green hair is straight, beware its deadly spoot. Where it be? Oh, okay. This is the one cavern layer that I don't actually have access to, but that means it's about to fight another Forgotten Beast. So there's this thing, Ookward, who's been here for a while. Ookward is very awkward, and this thing has webs and is a stick insect made of poop. I don't know how you got down to this layer, actually. I wonder who's gonna win. I'm kind of thinking that Spider loses because it's made of grime and filth, but maybe Spider wins. Yeah, it looks like Spider won. It won by goring the Forgotten Beast in the head, which bruised the muscle and jammed the skull through the brain. Round of beers for the Poop Monster. Poop Monster remained victorious. This dwarf's having a rough week. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm mildly confused as to why this ain't working. Sometimes you just need to do that, I guess. I'll just fill it in with walls after, it's fine. Okay, so another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and type in wooden cork and wooden pipe. And I'm just going to make them all in a tower cap. Just entirely tower cap. Fucking banger, man. I love this song so much. Easily my favorite on the adventure mode soundtrack. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this and I'm going to go support. Ooh, what material do I want to make this out of? Let's go fungi wood, actually. And let's also do this. You really like the brown suede? Yeah, you know, actually, it's got a look. Uh-oh. Good news and bad news, chat. The good news is my necromancer is currently pissed off. The bad news is he's throwing a tantrum. By worshiping all of the gods simultaneously, repeatedly, forever. He's probably upset that she can't find her zombie. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I mean, it's fine because there's no bodies around. But, I mean, it could become a problem. Theoretically. So, we'll see. Oh, no, I don't want that to be funky wood. Let's just get this done. I've never seen it, but I won't say no, just because I've seen like necro vampires before. I don't know what order they need to acquire what. The Forgotten Beast Ephilaphowimiri has come. Nightbringer is probably pretty correct there with the throwing attention by worshipping all the gods simultaneously in holy war. Fervor intensifies. Can necromancers write an original life and death books? They can. Okay, so anybody who's a scholar, not a scholar, a scribe who has knowledge of books can copy books that you don't have copies of if they've read them. So in theory, sure, but I'm kind of going out of my way to intentionally not do that, because if I wanted to have just everybody in the fort be a necromancer, I could do that very easily. And the reason I'm avoiding it is actually frame rate reasons. Because basically everybody in this fort is in a squad. Every fight would turn into an indefinite stalemate if I just had like 4 or 5 necromancers around. So I'm already kind of like risking it by having 1. If I had like 30, it might be bad. This fort may end that way, but for right now, I'm kind of going out of my way to avoid it. Where's this one? Okay, this one can actually get to me. And like I said, it's got deadly speed. Deadly speed! Where's my bolt dwarves? 1, 2. Get us down as heroes. Oh, you've got hunting assigned. Hold on. Just turn that off. Let's follow this beast. Oh, there's also that one. This thing's moving pretty quick. I don't think this one's going to make it into the fort. How many kills do you even have? Soaked ashes. Ooh, it killed some goblins, but it's been a while. Was that a dwarf? Nope. No, it wasn't. I was like, that didn't look like a dwarf. What was that? You gotta undulate the chat. Yes, chat, can idly undulate, please. I can't decide if I like the term undulates rhythmically from Dwarf Fortress or idly undulating, which is a Caves of Cud flavor text. I'm not sure which one I like more. I think they're both pretty good, actually. What in the shit are you doing? Mayor if not yet taken. I'm going to name it Trull because we've had a Romanoid and a Romanoid Trull, but we don't have a Trull. Unless you have a separate name that you'd like to use. I just want to like differentiate between people to make searching legends easier. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square... where was I? He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He can be very single-minded and often feels lustful, and he is troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this because he holds nature in a high regard. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, is quick to form negative views about things, and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and doesn't really care about much in life. Dreams of masterwork crafting someday, and personally sees romance as one of the highest ideals. Strongly values tranquility and quiet, and sees competition as wasteful and silly. Values sacrifice and is put off by family, and doesn't care much about art, one way or another. Likes chalk, tin, and green zircon, as well as alder wood and giant rhinoceros horn, amber and the color russet, cubes and shields and cages and chains, and the words of the brides of periwinkles, and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible, of course, prefers to consume crab and rainbow trout, as well as apricot wine, or apricot wine. Worships a bunch of deities, but has no families, and is friends with one child. Probably just yells at somebody in charge a lot. And he's like, ah, my friend. Is a former holy lake of the faith of buds, and a former slave of the sensitive confederacies. Chat, ads are about to run. I'm gonna leave the game paused and go take a real quick toilet break. BRB.
Justice for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword! Everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Nuclear vessels.
Wah. I mean, that is one way to check your delay, Ice Blue. Speaking of CUD, have you ever given a gander at Cataclysm? I'm not super interested in Cataclysm. I've played it, Nightbringer in YouTube chat. The reason I'm not super interested in Cataclysm is it's like too much of an open world survival crafting game and not enough of what I like about roguelikes. It's also a bit overdeveloped for me, which is funny because I played Dwarf Fort. I know it's like a counter contradiction in a way, but I don't know. I find it to be just kind of a lot in not good ways. Okay, let's do this, 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 all the way over to that. Let's throw a door in, and a door in. I have played a shit ton of, well, not a shit ton. I played a bunch of Cogmind. I just kind of keep forgetting that Cogmind exists. I have like 50 hours in Cogmind. I had a hard time playing it for a really long time because the UI was tiny. That was a UI made for ants. But the developer has, Josh has changed the UI enough recently that like I can play it, which is good. I just keep forgetting to play it. Oh shit, Forgotten Beast, right. Where is it? Cave blob? There's a cave blob. Whew. But yeah, no, I like Cogmind. Cogmind's good. I just, like I said, I just kind of keep forgetting that it exists. Dwarves, come on. Start shooting it, please. I'm gonna see if I can close this quickly. Where the fuck am I? There I am. And then I'm gonna tell my squads to go stand. Maybe you two go stand like right there. Seems like one bolt hit it. Most of them missed. Oh, shit. Picture point, hello. Hope you're doing well, picture point. Uh-oh. That water's in a... Oh, it's fine. The water's not super deep. Oh. And it died in my... Huh. Yay? Who even got it? Was it you? You did strike it in the lower body, which chipped it. Nope, you didn't get credited. Who got credited? Weaver slashed it. Oh, did you get credited? Darkish got it, I think. Look at that. Hells yeah. Also, thank you very much, LP, for the first gifted sub of the strum. Yeah, he got slashed by Tube Construct. Seems like a YouTube conspiracy. It's a bit before your time. If you want a good ASCII game to try that's approachable for people who like modern aesthetics, try Brogue. I think a lot of people, when they dive into ASCII games, play or try things like Cataclysm, or they try things like Hogmind. They try games that are like, I'm gonna use some terminology here that I'm not fully comfortable with. ASCII pilled, like games for people who've been doing that already for a long time. Dwarf Fortress, as an example, is a really bad first ASCII game to try and learn. Not because it's a bad game. Phenomenal video game. It's just really hard to learn. Because there's a lot going on in the game visually, even for an ASCII game. So I don't recommend getting into ASCII video games with complicated ASCII video games, which are a lot of the ones people tend to talk about and recommend. So if you want to try and play something that's ASCII, play something like Brogue. You know, just a single screen, very simple. Everything is very colorful, big text on screen, super, like, approachable from a perspective of somebody who has, you know, done that. How do you type out that game? I think I have a command for it. Hold on. There you go. It's free. So the open source version has had some patches and stuff added and bugs fixed. But you can also play the original stable if that's intriguing to you. Is the one you made? Oh, damn. Well, there you go. That's an interesting flex if I ever heard one. But I'll say this, ASCII games were before my time too. I just kind of didn't have the option for large periods of my life, so I just played what I had access to. And for a long time, that was ASCII. I'm going to need more wood, and I'm also going to need more mechanisms. Oh, geez, why did I do that? Okay, so I see what I need to do here. I need to get rid of this. I also need to... Oh, shit. Ah, it's fine. Let's take a different stairwell. It's right there. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go that way. At the top of this, I'll just go around here. And I'll also go to this. All right, done. You were 8 when Dwarf Fortress released, so old enough to use a computer, but too young to understand gaming. Yeah, fair. I mean, like, I was born in '94, right? But, like, I just didn't have a particularly good computer for a very large portion of my life. So because of not having access to a decent computer, it took a while for me to, you know, get to a point where I could play and enjoy video games that were modern. So most of my video game time was spent playing games that weren't, even remotely modern. Also, like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people like to flex how they played this game back in the day. Dwarf Fortress has improved a lot since those days. Like, it was a neat game back in the day, but it's also a much better game now, you know? Another way to, like, learn ASCII stuff is play Dwarf Fortress with the graphics on and then occasionally turn the graphics off. I do really wish that there was like a halfway step for premium where you could have like the modern UI, but the old graphics. I think that would help a lot of people, myself included. Because I find the little ASCII symbols to be a bit tedious to look at, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it. Like, not bad, but just, it could be better. Ponder Stitches. How are we doing on steel breastplates? I'm making steel breastplates. You'll have to see it. You know, honestly, like, I feel like we're in a really good era for that sort of stuff, though. Like, for anybody who's confused in the YouTube chat, Dummy here is saying that they played a bunch of Stardew Valley because their old brick couldn't handle 3D games. Honestly, like, we are kind of in a golden era for enjoying video games that are not the cutting edge graphically. I don't think that's like a crazy thing to say either. Yeah, no, that's fair. Nightbringer in YouTube chat as well. Hit Carmageddon in 4 FPS on your 486 back in the day. Yeah, I'm sure I did that with a couple games. I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, you know, it's a really good example of people playing games at bad FPS. My older sister met her husband on World of Warcraft, and before she met her current husband, Ted can go to prison apparently, committed a crime. Let me just. See what happens when you go to prison. I'm presuming you're gonna go to prison. 85 days in prison, oh boy. Oh, right, yeah, because I have a squad of military dwarves attached to the captain. They all do the chaining. I forgot about that. My older sister met her husband on World of Warcraft, and her previous boyfriend got her into World of Warcraft, and when her and her boyfriend split before she met her current husband, or her husband, she was just playing a shit ton of WoW, and her computer at the time was my mom's old netbook, I think, or maybe a netbook that she bought. Like, remember when netbooks were a thing? Like, tiny little mini keyboard laptop. And I remember seeing her once sitting on the couch playing that and looking at it and going, what frame rate is that? And her going, usually it's above 4. That's something that will always stick in my brain. She's like, that's why I play healers, so that like I just stare at the cooldowns and mash the cooldowns and do my best to avoid like the AoEs. I'm like, that's not okay. And I went downstairs to my computer, which wasn't like a top of the line computer by any stretch, but like I think I had a 560 Ti at the time. And oh, guilty after being confined to this character's screwed. And I went downstairs and installed World of Warcraft. And then was like, hey, to my older sister, like, come downstairs, I want to show you something. I was just like, yeah, log in, just try it. Just try it. Just try it. Yeah, it wasn't quite, actually, this might have been my 480 era. This might have just been because this would have been pre-2012. I think. The timeline, I'm not exactly sure what year this was. So it was either 480 or the 560. I can't remember what I had at the time. But I sat her down and was just like, Try this. Sign in. Play. She played for about 45 minutes and then got up, got in the car, drove into town, bought a new computer, and then kept playing. Literally just like got up, left, bought a new computer, came home. It's a funny era. Such a wholesome nerd story. What's even funnier about that such wholesome nerd story, Tommy, is a bunch of people in their guild worked at a comic book shop that I was frequenting with my now ex. So like, my sister was just like, hey, do you know a person who works at this place? I was like, yeah, why? What? A 560 in 2012 was mind-blowing. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely the truth. Abso-friggin-lutely the truth. Although actually, let's do this at party 3. I am hallucinating the dwarf dying click-click sound. What? Also, this is a story I've told a million times, but when I was a wee lad playing a lot of video games, my older sister used to pester me, make fun of me, and openly mock me because I played video games. And then she went and met her husband on World of Warcraft. I'm not saying my older sister is a hypocrite, but like... Good question. Yes, you do alive. You're also very happy. Still doing doctor things. I should specifically give you orderlies. You know, honestly, I'm not rooting for China's ambitions for GPU hardware because I don't think any country should have pure superiority. But the current GPU madness makes me just really want better regulations in market dominance. But like, you know, some things will never happen. Oh, you can stop pumping, dwarf. It also makes me very happy that I play games that aren't cutting edge. Like I'm so happy I'm not like, you know, a person who just streams whatever the new game is, because the amount of stress I would be under about having to, oh fuck, I have to go buy a, you know, this here GPU now, because if I don't, the world's gonna end. Something you eat? Definitely is. One of my dwarves has given birth to a boy. You start playing Dwarf Fortress, but it's so complex. It gets better with time. Let's see. It's not quite shallow enough yet. These currently aren't powered. That's fine though. Another dwarf was, or thing was born. I don't know if it was a dwarf actually. Attis the wax worker has given birth to a boy as well. What time of year is it? It's midwinter? That was just a bunch of books. I'm gonna go get some books because this castle, Phantom Ringed, is just full of books. We, I think, toppled this place last stream. So let's just go you, and you. Maybe you as well. Population is about to drop dramatically. Do not panic. It's not everybody dying. I mean, like, the only reason I have a relatively modern graphics card is video editing, quite literally. Honestly, what I would actually prefer is I would just like to see AMD get a better market share. And I would also like to see Intel's cards get not shit, you know? I don't want to see anybody have a monopoly. I just would like AMD to take a bigger chunk out of NVIDIA. You'd love Unreal Engine 5 to not be a monopoly? I would say Unreal Engine 5 is a monopoly, but only in, like, the AAA space. Thomas. Is that one of my dwarves? Like, it's not quite a monopoly in the, like, outside of the AAA space. Okay, I did need to bury that dwarf. There we go. Alfie Bean's gonna go bury it. It's not working because it's not off cooldown, Alex. Any tutorials already made on your channel about effectively channeling a surface river underground for power and mist generator? Not for that specifically, but I want to say it's either episode 2 or episode 3 of Weather Mountains. I do that. I also do it in just about every fort at some point, so if you skim through my VODs, you'll find that. But I don't really specifically make tutorials anymore, at least not about oddly specific stuff. It's just unfortunately not really worth my time anymore. It was when Dwarf Fortress was a new thing, but it's not super helpful in the current market of Dwarf Fort. But likely what's going to end up happening is I could do something like that and make a story video around it, or a video that incorporates that concept. It's kind of the direction I've been going as of late. Where, like, even though I'm not making specific tutorials, I'm incorporating ideas. Uh-oh. Don't do that. Incorporating ideas that could be considered a tutorial. Into the bigger story videos. I mean, writing your own engine is virtually like career suicide unless you're crazy. I mean, like, Chaos Forge did it for Jupiter Hell, and it damn near killed them. Brigador is a custom engine. There's a few small studios out there that are doing engine development, but it's very rare, and it makes sense why it's very rare. That being said, you know, thankfully there are things like Godot, and GameMaker to a degree. Like, there's non-big mainstream engines that are used, that people use, that fulfill niches that are not filled by, you know, your epic games of the world. You cannot rename a dwarf's last name. So I can't do that, my friend. So I will instead, also because you just named something else, say that you're being a bit greedy and you should share and let other people have dwarves. So I will name this chair a dwarven child. Because it's definitely what it is. Everybody wins. Okay. Yeah, that's gross. Okay, that Forgotten Beast is now out of here, so I can open this back up. And actually, I think I'm going to close this first. Just let that fill up while I'm working on this. Let's also go priority number 3 and just, whoop, nope, not that. Let's go priority number 3 and auto this. Rewatch Weather Mountains. When people talk about rewatching my videos, it makes me all warm and fuzzy, I'm not gonna lie. If you don't behave, Armok will turn you into a chair. Well, I wasn't misbehaving. It was just, well, that's not something I can do. So instead of asking questions, I'll just give you a chair. So, you know. The nice thing about the way I've got the Name a Dwarf set up right now is it's cheap enough in a channel point sense that if I just mess around with it, it doesn't annoy people. Like, it used to just be, like, quite expensive in a channel points sense. But that's no longer really an issue. Nope, the squads is all backs. How'd that explore go? We snuck in and searched it, and we got a bunch of books. The Alea Stopfin book. What a good name for a book. Dyed Gift, common practice. Must.acquire.knowledge. If only that was a real URL. You sometimes rewatch videos because you watched them before bed and fell asleep halfway through. Oops. I mean, as a YouTuber who makes long videos, I love you. Please keep doing that. Fall asleep 2 or 3 times even. Really helps the old watch time number go up. Okay, so Phantom Ringed we've cleared of books. That's a tower, so I won't do that just yet. Angel Dips? Angel Dips sounds like a sauce brand. Do any of these locations have books even? This one does. This one kept killing my dwarves. Which is Desert Hate. That Goblin Monastery. Let's go clear this one. Actually, hold on. No. Not. Oh. I was gonna say not the mining squad, but I misread it. I need those dwarves. They're important. I am in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused until it's done. Sounds like a fun place to visit and adventure. Usually they're just full of peaceful monks, but I say that as a usually. Monasteries are generally pretty non-combative places to visit in Dwarfort. After weeks of being gone, what would be the cause? I don't know. That's a good question. Because like usually when you send out demands for a tribute, it says that they either rejected it or succeeded. It sounds... Okay, this is a stretch. Do they have war animals assigned and are they all making it off the map? Or is it inaccessible? I'm not sure. If they siege it, yeah, Bone Doll. I mean, Bone Doll, they build towers where they siege, right? So if they're attacking a monastery, like if there's a population there that they don't like and they're invading it, then they would build the little trenches and towers, yeah? Is there any software, Aiden Not, in YouTube chat that you can trust? Game engines? Because they're talking about like open source game engine drama and stuff. And it's like saying like, is there any, there's no game engine you can really trust these days. Is there any software you can trust? Perfectly wrong timing. There's no such thing as a wrong timing. Just got an anti-vaping ad. You should take a hit. If you're vape. I don't know if you vape, but if you do, you should take a hit. Don't do drugs, kids. Well, open source helps to a point, right? But I'll be completely honest, I don't even know what drama the YouTube chat is talking about, and frankly, I don't really give a shit. But you don't trust software you write? Do you write software that just randomly makes your computer overheat and fry itself? Like for fun? Because I wouldn't trust it either. It's like, what did you write? Well, I just finished writing the self-destruct sequence for my house. It's set to go off sometime in the next 25 years. I'm not sure when. Not quite. Well, I mean, they never too late to start. And it's just like an empty notepad file to scare the crap out of grandma. Deep sea fishing. At least it won't fill your drive with bloatware. True. I feel like you are your biggest enemy in a Linux install generally. Athros, to be a little to elaborate a little bit more on my intended meaning of that statement. I'm mostly referring to big corporate software. And also being a bit cheeky. So don't take me too literally in that statement. But my intent of that statement is like, is there any corporate software that you can truly trust these days, combined with, you know, me being a wee bit cheeky? I think the biggest threat to your own safety when it comes to a Linux install, though, is your own stupidity and lack of knowledge. Because, you know, because, you know. Pay for the product, you're the product. Free product, you're still the product. Did you know you're the product? Congrats, you're the product. Speaking of the product, can I build these? You know what, actually, let's make them go opposite directions for funsies, why not? Need one more. Also, just as a reminder to those of you watching on YouTube, I stream on 2 platforms. We're streaming on Twitch as well as on YouTube. For the people on Twitch, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, you could go lurk over there. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream. And for the people over here on YouTube, if you want to help out the Twitch stream, which is honestly where I make the majority of my money, if you have an extra tab or just an extra bandwidth, pop up an extra tab. Help that view count. Because believe it or not, it does make a lot of this industry go round. So currently what I'm doing is I'm building a double, like, mist generator that's going to be powered by this through that river underground. And I'm building these suspended platforms up here because it'll mist over here, it'll mist over here, as well as down here and down here, and also probably this stairwell. So it's gonna cover, I guess, 2 layers over kind of 3 major zones, and I'm suspending it because that's a statue of a cave floater. Cave floaters look so fucking silly. It's like a blob with like snail eyes. I kind of love them. But I'm building it this way just specifically to separate it from any potential tantrums. So that's what we're working on right now for anybody who's curious. What's a flumps? Soma Smith? I've never heard of a flumps. It's an old D&D monster. Huh. All right. How do you know that specifically? Or are they just like the spitting image of that? They're like 70s lol random humor? Ah. Got it. They look pretty much identical? Got it. Now I just need the last of these to get constructed, and then we can dig this whole thing up. I'm actually gonna, I think, do this a little bit. Go around these walls. Just make this thing look a little nicer. Let's also go down to here. Let's unsuspend that, unsuspend that, unsuspend that, and unsuspend that. And then it's just this left. Sweet. I've also experienced a mist generator in real life. Me and my dad used to go to the Abbotsford Air Show. We went to it 2 or 3 years in a row or something when I was very little. And the Abbotsford Air Show was, for those of you who've never been to Abbotsford, is just a giant piece of flat nothing. And it's by the Abbotsford Airport, which is, again, an airport, so it's a big flat piece of nothing. It's in the middle of the summer. So it was usually, like, exceptionally hot. And got to see, like, a lot of really neat jets, actually. I kind of miss going to that thing. Even though, like, I'm not super big into aerospace stuff, but it was cool. I enjoyed that stuff. The most interesting part of it was was just, you know, getting to go up close to all of these like stealth bombers and shit. But they always had mist spewers everywhere because it was fucking hot, right? And you're like exposed in the middle of nowhere. No, not in Florida. This is in British Columbia, Greater Vancouver area, Abbotsford. We would just stand under these things for like hours because it was just basically like a tube that would like spray mist down on you. It was lovely. Was that a theme park in the spring? Yeah, probably same thing. Yeah, no, this wasn't Florida. This was Vancouver. Shouldn't be too starved for power per se. Okay, so is that gonna connect all the way? Up here. Let's use claystone. This was also in like 2005. Like, you also need to remember, this is my definition of hot as somebody from Canada. But I mean, areas in Canada get hot. Like, you need to remember that, like, a lot of, especially East Coast Canada, like the flatter provinces are like, obviously, yes, they're heating up and getting hotter, but it's been way too many heat waves, though. Yeah. I mean, like, it's more the forest fire season over here. And the weird cold spells. Canada big, yes. The hordes of glass buildings blocking airflow makes it get like 30 to like 30 and stay at 30 with some spikes towards 40. It's horrible. I mean, like, I lived through that heat wave that basically turned Lytton into a crater. It was like 45 degrees Celsius where I used to live. That was a tough week to get groceries. Like, it was so hot that, like, people were taking cold showers with their pets so their pets wouldn't die. Like, that was a tough time. A vile force of darkness has arrived and is seeking a parley. So this is the first parley request we've had, I think. Let's see how that Growl Dance one went. Pile more books. It's also just real quick check. No more books left at Growl Dance. Ford Sense the next one we gotta do. I think I'm gonna finish this mist generator and then we'll fight these guys. You remember that? It was brutal. Yeah, I mean, like, temperature is relative, right? So, like, if you're listening to me talk about a certain temperature and being like, it's hotter here every day, it's like, well, just remember that, like, it's relative to, like, what your buildings are constructed for. It's like when my friend in Finland talks about it being 32 and 33 plus, and he's just like, we're all dying up here, and I'm thinking to myself, like, that's not that hot. And then I'm like, right, yeah, no, they're in Finland. They live in buildings that are designed to keep heat in. Ooh, this is gonna be tough, actually. Oh, this is, I didn't even contemplate this. They all have a fever. That's kind of funny, actually. Oh shit, Romanoid battered one of my stoneworkers. There's blood everywhere. Did I make a slab for you? I think I did. Definitely forgot to place it. Yes, I did. Yeah, I've never lived in a building with air conditioning. All right, so I guess what we're gonna do with this siege is we'll fight them down in the caverns, but I'm gonna see if I can gear up my squads a little more before we actually have to do that fight. Also check bars. You here? We've got a few more breastplates to make. Let's do steel shield. Make 30 of them. You know, actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna do iron gear. I've got enough steel stuff, and it's just taking too long. Iron shield. Iron greaves. Iron helm. Iron gauntlets. And we'll just do 50 of all of these. In a lot of places, yeah, Soma Smith. All you have is a cheap fan and an open window. That's been most of my life. I had a portable air conditioner for a while, but it shit the bed about 1.5 years ago. Okay, how many books are we up to as well? 644, Jesus. Okay, so you're built all the way. Oh shit, I screwed that up. I kind of just want to block this off. So I think we'll do that. This is shale. Romanoid's been played to rest, which is good. Yeah, I love around... I love roughly 10 degrees Celsius. If I could just live the rest of my life at roughly 10 degrees Celsius, I would be a very happy person. But I like hoodie and windbreaker weather is my optimal existence temps. Also, my brain is broken. I can't read AC and think anything other than Assassin's Creeds. I got Assassin's Creed for the first time. Did you now? I'm so sorry. I used to do that when I was about 10 years younger. Alex. But ever since my body has started, like, slowly killing itself or rapidly killing itself in more cases, I've done that a lot less. Okay, so what still needs to be built here? You still need to be built. You still need to be built. And you still need to be built. So this is producing 200 power at the moment. But it's increasing as the water flow is increasing. So I got Armored Core for the first time. I got Animal Crossing for the first time. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Acronyms are bad and we need to make them illegal, but we don't live in a perfect world. It's just like PoE will forever break my brain. It's like, wait, we made a sequel to Power over Ethernet? What? I feel like this is like killing me right now. Let's just block this off. I think Pillars of Eternity and Pillars of Eternity 2, and now it's Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, yeah. It's like, which sequel are you nincompoops speaking of? God damn it! I mean, they're very different games to me. All I have to say is, no Dark Souls, you are not in fact cooler than Nintendo. You do not get to be DS. A DS is a little handheld system that Nintendo put out, not an entire goddamn franchise. Fuck it, I'm actually just gonna make 50 iron shields. You think people could figure out personally owned vehicle? Is that an acronym that people use? Because I'll be honest, I've never seen that one before. That's a lot of wood this is using. So your definition of hot is above 60 Fahrenheit and 15 C? Yeah, I don't know. I'm better at it these days, Nightbringer, but like, when I was younger, I used to get really irritated when I'd be like, my God, it's 25 degrees Celsius and I'm dying, and then people would be like, it's 95 Fahrenheit where I live and it's cold today. And I'd be like, okay, how much air conditioning do you have? It used to really irritate me, but you know, I've gotten over it. Because now people complain about it being cold and I'm like, it's minus 25 with wind chill outside right now. I'm gonna go outside in a t-shirt kind of deal. You know, I actually would be willing to bet the reason I've never heard that term, deep sea fishing, it's probably got nothing to do with like US work or like Canadian work. I've never driven a vehicle, nor have I ever had a job where I could drive a vehicle because I can't legally drive a vehicle. That's probably why I've never heard that term. That seems generic enough that that's probably used around here in a lot of industries where you drive a work vehicle, but I can't drive, so I'm kind of like separated from that entire ecosystem by default. Okay, so this is not going to quite have enough power. But it's getting there. I really should have put a grate right there. You know, maybe I will. Let's just pull this lever real quick. Let's also go here. And go here. Throw two more in. Go horizontal. Uh-oh. No. I'm out of logs and I want them all to be the same color, so I'm gonna go chop down more. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna plunk one down over here. Actually, can I? It's only one deep right now. No. There's water. Oh, I see, because there's ramps. So if they're not equipping both boots, it means they have shoes on. They can't wear shoes and boots. So what you need to do is you need to do one of two things. You either need to click this button and then click this button down here, uniform worn over clothing. Click that and then click confirm. That'll make a custom uniform, but then you have to do it for every single one. However, if I say gear or metal gear, no clothing, and then click confirm and save, then I go to assign uniform. There will be a new one there, which will reassign their gear, but make them strip their clothes off. And just make sure that you have like a shirt, a pant, and this. Otherwise, they'll get upset if they have no pants on. But now they'll go take off all their clothes, put it away, or chuck it somewhere, and then swap their gear. Metal gear? Yeah. So if they're not wearing two shoes, that's why. You have to set it to replace clothing. Saigon the Glazer has withdrawn from society, so we're getting an artifact, which means the game will jump me to whatever shop he claims. If he doesn't in a minute, then I will check what it is. Grab you, kerplunk, kadunk. Dwarves will streak, though, whenever they go to put their armor on or off, though. The more mentally stable ones will just kind of get over it. But, yeah, that also is something you just kind of have to take note of. I'd say the bigger issue with them streaking isn't them running around with no clothing on. The bigger issue is that they will end up in situations where Stoneworkers Workshop. They'll end up in situations where, see, now he's wearing boots. Nifty. They'll end up in situations where they just really want to claim an item, and the easiest way to get them to claim items is to get them to go get a new set of clothing. But, you know. Acquire an object, is that just new clothes? Can be, yeah. Or wear a necklace or something else. Do I have more crimes happening? That's troglodyte blood. Never mind, not crimes. Also, chat room, just as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. So I make a living because people are kind and subscribe to the channels that I have on Twitch and YouTube. So I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you on Twitch and on YouTube who have the little hats next to your name, because you folks are the reason that I can afford to do this full time. Twitch pays the bills and YouTube is kind of the side hustle on the streaming side of things. So if you happen to have Prime subs around that exist, do think of me whenever they're available. But aside from that, just want to say thank you for taking the time to watch these streams, because I wouldn't have this job if people didn't watch. And the industry right now is going through a rough patch, so I appreciate you guys for helping this channel stay funded. Can you name a dwarf acronym? You want me to name a dwarf jurist? Is that what you're saying? Oblivion Cubed, by the way, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. You too could do what Oblivion Cube did. I don't actually have a dwarf named Jurist. What kind of dwarf do you want me to name Jurist? Also, Jurist directly translates to dagger. I choose to not thank Trump for anything, Bioactive, but I know what you mean, but I blame him, actually. Stoneworker? Sure. How about this one? Jurist. Jurist is focused and is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. Preferring to act as the current situation demands. He dislikes helping others and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. I know what you mean, Bioactive. I'm just being cheeky. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he is often cheerful. He lives a fast-paced life, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He is trusting, and he has an active sense of humor, and he has an active imagination, can handle stress, and does not particularly interested what others think him of. He doesn't often feel envious of others, tries to keep his things orderly, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much. And he dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Likes andorite and lead as well as turquoise and the color fern green, shields and beds and earrings and toy boats, and the words of the mint star and the sound of the flax and lilac and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible prefers consume cassava beer and coconuts. And can't stand mosquitoes, me neither. Worships Tholte Gatesh and is obviously a member of the Fortress and the Stoneworkers Guild. Congrats, Mark Gordon, on completing Bethesda Susa. Yeah, but I'm familiar with POS. Piece of shit, but also point of sale. POS system. A bullshit system. Okay, so that is an angry blind cave ogre. Okay, so something I'm going to do, actually, is I'm just going to go here and I'm going to pull this lever. I'm also going to go here and I'm going to assign everybody. And I'm going to make sure that this is all enabled, which it is. So we're just going to keep the dwarves underground for the time being. And we're also going to... I'm not sure where you're going to construct a building. Where are you going, dwarf? Okay, let's just forbid that block. I don't like that being there at all. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers as a good luck for Mr. Urist, our newest named dwarf? All right, so up here, we got this whole thing needs 198 power. This got suspended somehow. Down here, you're in there, sweet. Let's link this to this. Do that now. Follow the dwarf who's doing that. Link building to trigger. I'm so happy that that fever isn't permanent. That's quite the siege, holy shit. That is quite the siege. We also got a bunch of caged Rutherers, it turns out. Whomst I will train. I'm also gonna go down here and do something for the funds. I'm gonna go to right here, and I'm gonna go to cages. I'm gonna go place a cage. Elkbird, okay. Let's just place all of those, because they all had critters in them. Rutherer. Drothla. I don't think that one had anything in it. And I'm just going to set all of these to release when the baddies walk by. Rutherer. Because this is going to just be a head-to-head fight, not a... like a trap fight. Because I've got a big army. We got to use it, you know? So I got to soften them somehow. Screw it, we'll use Fellite. Sudden animals. Surprise animals, yes, the best kinds of animals. Rapidly appearing animal variety. It's also still raining nauseating filth. Okay, so now that I've done all of this, let's check in on you, which... This is actually done now. It requires 300 power, which actually isn't as much as I was expecting, but... Let's throw the last one in. Okay, so you are connecting this. Done. Now I can open you. If the battle wasn't pouring filth, you know, that is true. Okay, so now this can all fill. So your goblin friend has been worshipping for like 3 years, right? I've definitely seen goblins and various other characters that are immortal and don't need to sleep just kind of get stuck worshipping for all eternity. I'm sorry, what? The elephant is fighting? There's elephants here? I haven't seen one of those in a very long time. Wowzers. Well, that's exciting, I guess. Not anymore, yeah, clearly. Dead elephants, if anything. I'm trying to, you know, not suck, but... I don't always succeed, it turns out. My God. So much gear. Do I have any crimes I can convict? Doesn't look like it. Do I have any slabs I can place? Nope. This is all powered now, or is about to be. Because I need to wait for this to fill enough that it gets to there. Which, I honestly wish this thing fills faster, to be completely direct. Kind of want to dig to this side, but also I kind of don't. I'm just going to let this thing fill. Actually, yeah, are they a permanent citizen of your fort or just a temporary citizen at this point? Like, I'm not sure if they've petitioned for full citizenship. Oh. Also, my Farmers Guild now requires a Grand Guild Hall. Where did I put the Farmers Guild? I want to say it was the first one I made. It's a Stoneworkers Guild. Was it this one? It's Craftsdwarfs. Farmer Guild Hall. So this now needs a upgrade of value. Which honestly shouldn't be too difficult, because I think I have a whole bunch of super valuable chests and cabinets and things. Yeah, such as these. Oh my God. That's a lot of gems. Holy shit. Okay. They're all just like made of random materials. That's interesting. Let's see what that does for the value of it, but I will accept that. This seems to be consistently generating 500 power now. And I've got another artifact weapon rack. I will throw that into the barracks. You know, unironically, I've only told Alexa to play something once in my entire life. I've only ever been at a person's house once where they owned an Alexa and used it. And, the beauty of this... I wonder if I close this, if this will just keep spinning. The beauty of it was the song I asked it to play was by a Canadian band called Holy Fuck. And Alexa got very offended at me and told me to please stop cursing at it. So I got up and changed the song on the computer. Sometimes the water bouncing back and forth can just cause power to go infinitely. So let's test this out real quick. See if the sucker works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here actually first, and I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to place some of the last of these blocks. Imagine being told by a robot to grow up. I'm going to make a pit pond. And a pit pond. Looks like a troglodyte is fighting with all of my livestock, including a rabbit. The rabbit actually scratched the troglodyte. How did the rooster do? The rooster snatches at the troglodyte in the upper body with his first toe. Troglodyte invasion is clearly happening. Now I need the dwarves to fill pond. Which means I probably actually need to make 2 buckets. Let's just make 10. All right, chat. Let's see. Does this sucker work? Although I may actually not have any buckets available. They may all be in the hospital. Oh, I think I may know what's going on here. Oh, no, it's in the burrow. Mayhaps there's just too many tasks in the fort. Certainly is possible. Well, ideally that'll get done sooner than later. They can't be assigned to nobles positions, but they can be assigned to a squad. Oh, so then they're a mercenary. That's what that would mean. Military weapon rack. There we go. I'm just gonna start placing these because I got so many of them and they're very high value, so I might as well. Is there something funky going on here? Ah, they need an empty bucket. That makes a lot of sense. Which actually, I'm just gonna do a thing. Empty buckets. Because I wonder. It's empty. Will no bucket. It was just the well. Okay, I do need more buckets. That is in fact the truth. Okay, so we'll just make more buckets then. Also can get rid of that glass furnace. I'm literally just sitting here going, I desperately need buckets. I'm actually gonna go down into here and go make 2 carpenter shops. Speed this process up a wee bit. A rare DF hack moment? Yeah. I use it mostly for quick saves, to be honest. Let's make a second wood stockpile. My woodworker is making a bucket, or trying to. Need for buckets is a rare thing. Yeah, just like need for empty barrels, which I think I may actually need right now. Should just queue up rock pots is what I should do. Wood stockpile? Mm-hmm. Thankfully, the wood stockpile also has a very healthy supply of Creedence Clearwater Revival. As it should. I'm also just going to get rid of this stockpile because I don't need it anymore. Same with this one. I really need to do this siege, but I want to get this functioning first. Is honestly all I want right now. I just want this thing to be functioning first. Good news is it's still gaining power. Drink is looking pretty low, and I'm, like, convinced it's lack of containers. That or I just need to increase the overall amount of drink I'm making, because I keep on... Yeah, it's probably just that. It's because I keep sending... Oops. I keep sending dwarves off map. I may also need to make one or two more of these breweries. Where did I put that extra food stockpile? There it is. Let's make some more of those. I keep switching layers too quickly. I was editing a video recently, or while I was working on a recent video, the water one, I was like, why do I move layers so much? This makes my editing so much more difficult. I need to think about that more often. All right, now, it begins. So when this gets a second dump of water, it'll start doing that and spinning around. Let's have a dwarf throw that right there. Okay, well, I need a second one. Come on. And as you can see, there's now mist down here, as well as mist up here, and soon to be mist over there as well. So I can get rid of this side. That's one bucket. Just need one more sploosh. One more sploosh! Quickly now. Easy does it, Dwarfs. Come on, Zit. And boom. Now that that's done, we can begin the siege. A dwarven humidifier, which is very mystifying. I'm also going to pull the lever for this, which I haven't done in a long time. And boom. All right. So we are now sealed in. Just gonna make sure this doesn't actually connect to my fort. No, it doesn't. Okay, so we are now sealed in, more or less. The center tubey thingy is spraying all the stuff. The dwarves are now relieved near waterfalls. And chat, I would like you guys to make a bet for me. What do you think is going to be the population drop during this siege? It's a rather large one, after all. But we're going to fight in this. This is where we are going to fight. I also totally forgot to hook these up. Well, that's an unfortunate situation, but we'll do that later. This is where we're going to fight. Along here with Mark's dwarves and down in here. Do you believe in the hardy dwarves? So that is brave of you, my friend. You know, I'm actually going to do another rare DF hack moment and just type in exterminate. We're up against 102 goblins, 23 beaked dogs, 6 blind cave ogres, and 7 Mineras. So I'm going to just leave the camera here, and I'm going to take a real quick toilet break, and then we will do the fight. Make sure to count. Double check that that counts correct. seems like a nice small invasion squad. They also seem to have killed an iguana. Chat, I need a big vile force of darkness. Because if all goes... Oh, wow. They're already here. Are cave ogres Trapovoid? Do we know? I don't actually know. Guess I'm about to find out. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go down to bolts. You and you. Please go stand right there. We go you. We go you. Go you. Go you and you. And also you. Tell them all to stand right there. And here we go. Well, I mean, actually, I know wild ones are not Trapovoid, but you're toppling something, aren't you? Or you're trying to topple something. Okay, well, I guess that answers that question. They do appear to be trying to break something here. Let's claim everything. Maybe going for this door. That or they're just waiting. They may be waiting for somebody to catch up to them. Here cometh the Gorbelins. Uh-oh. Should always remember to turn off the collect webs jobs before the siege starts. Always remember that, chat. What are you doing, Hilmar? I'm actually just gonna forbid these. What's up with that door? Yeah, they're probably just waiting. Here comes the goblins. Do-do-do-do. And just because we're in a tense moment, chat, where's my civilian alert? I don't need it. Unlike some people, I don't lean on modifications to let the game play it for me. Chat room. Today's another one of those days I'm going to do the thing. We're not quite halfway to my daily minimum, which allows me to, which is the number that I hit when I've hit minimum wage, if I stream for 8 hours. There are the Marks Dwarves doing their thing. Softening those ogres. What's a civil? Also that, yeah, this fort kind of doesn't really have civilians. Everybody's in a squad. Forgot that I had another Marksdorf squad. You guys go there too. Are they gonna try and... Oh, that's kind of shitty, actually. They're trying to, They're going after my, tombs. Little do they know, I've got a very large army right there. Looks like they've destroyed my bridges, too. Or not my bridge, my doorways. Marks Dwarves still doing work. We've got plenty of bolts in the bins next to them. Plenty. Silver She, it's good to see you.
Crypt lurk properly now.
Enjoy the lurks. Also, this dwarf just ran in and feels terrified while in conflict. Gimli, who's one of my starting 7, has decided to just charge directly into the goblin army. It's a damn shame that he decided to do that. It was one of the squads I didn't want going in, but I suppose I shall allow it. If their leader decides. Actually got important at work. You accidentally got important at work? Seeing more and more and more bolts flying. Softening up that goblin horde. In fact, taking out several. Perhaps Gimli's sacrifice was worth it. After all, I dearly hope so. More bolts continue to fly. I mean, congratulations on getting important at work. Oh, that's a shame. Dwarf McDwarfface also appears to have run in. I once had a setup similar to this. And the... actually, probably jumped from the top up here, most likely, if I were to bet. I once had a setup similar to this, and the enemy had intelligent undead that they kept sending to attack me. And the intelligent undead that they kept sending to attack me were, what's the word? Had a power which was force pull. So they just kept pulling my dwarves through the battlements. It was quite distressing, I'm not gonna lie, actually. It's actually pretty efficient. The first few goblins are making their way around the corner. So far the loss count is at 2. Stupid Jedi, yeah, we kept making that joke. Also, Hilmar was found dead. Oh no! Charged in was too brave. Alright, well I guess because some of the squads are starting to charge in, we'll just take all of them. With the exception of the Mark's dwarves. And tell them to just go here. It's time to begin the fight. Charging at the front of the line, most likely. I need to make these dwarves, Let's follow somebody who's well-armed. Let's follow Buttsworth! That's what we ended up doing. Soma. More or less what we ended up doing. Not exactly what we ended up doing, but more or less what we ended up doing. Buttsworth charges in alongside of his compatriots, partners in dwarven violence. We are going to lose some more dwarves. Some of these dwarves aren't very well trained, but for the most part, I would say this fight appears to be going quite well. Dwarves are charging directly through the fights, finding more of the once living dwarves and many of the once living goblins. What are we up to, actually? Lost to Moldath, one of my recruits. Typical. Not too surprised by this. I mean, after all, they're just recruits. Epheb, the Lasher, has been found dead. That dwarf was in the military for a bit, but... The siege has been broken. The final few dwarves are continuing to charge forwards. Rakus, the Swordsmaster, is leading the attack. Having killed the Musty Mastery of Spells, which was a goblin who actually was commanding a, I think it was Riddle Dungeon, actually. One of the goblin locations. Right next to the overexerted Servesh Spear Dwarf. But there isn't many of the goblins left. Hanging in there, dwarf. The final few goblins appear to have fallen. And I can now release the dwarves. And I think it's time for them to take a break. Perhaps even a celebration. We lost an Obak who was found dead drowned. Or was that one... Yeah. It happens to the best of us. Alright, so I'm gonna go pick out a few locations to add to the burrow. Specifically you, The locations where dwarves have died, basically. And then this is all still in the burrow, so... And also this dwarf. We're also going to turn that on and allow them to leave to go complete tasks. Yeah, there we go. That's what you need to see. A bunch of recovered wounded jobs. Is your dwarf alive? I haven't seen them die. Today. I think you died yesterday, actually. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I presume dead, Knights. Some ads are about to play, but I won't touch any buttons because there's a Marsh Titan in my front door. Yeah, I mean, considering a lot of them are... Knights, I think your dwarf died to lava. I'm receiving a phone call. Hold on. Perfect timing. There's an ad break.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
All right, now I know I need to end my stream tomorrow at 2.
Bring out your dead!
30 seconds left in the ad. What, the racing one? Empire? Not that new. It doesn't quite become irrelevant, Nightbringer, because they do stack up. But it is... And it's also worse for dodging. Save the game? Sure. I will save the game right after I read this. The Marsh Titan, Testranima, has come. A great humanoid composed of mud. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it moves about carelessly. Beware a steadily sput. It may actually die to a goblin on their way out, but we'll see. Holy butts. Duder here ain't fucking around. Look at that. It's had a busy life. I mean, it is 1,251 years old. Okay, I guess there's no goblins for it to kill. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna tell all the dwarves to go stand right here. Kids, you may want to run. Run, kiddo! Oh, wait, what? It's dead. Who killed it? Struck in the lower leg with an iron shield, fracturing it. And then it kicked the dwarf and then died. Oh, wait, no, it's not dead. It fell. Okay. I was gonna say, what? It looked like it was dead from the angle I was at, but it's not. Kiddo, you may want to run. Or don't. Other kiddo, you may also want to run. Or don't. Rip. Last kiddo, you may want to run. Run, Elfie! Run, Elfie! Run quickly, Elfie! Tosid, don't be a hero. Okay, you know what? I should actually just tell the dwarves to go kill this fucking thing. I'm just too entertained by this. Don't be a hero, Tosid. Oh no, you were a hero, Tosid. Well, it's... At least Elfie lived. Lissai. I need to make more tombs. I'm just gonna turn off... Actually, I'll just turn off the burrow and just put the children in the burrow. I'm also gonna go up to here and open this. You didn't die, Elfie. It's fine. This is the first time I've heard this music in this fort, actually, I think. It's a good sign for the things to come. Well, it's time to clean some bodies up and then have a celebration. I mean, certainly could have been a lot worse, yeah. I think I'm just gonna leave a lot of stuff forbidden for right now, and we're just going to clean up for a little bit here. This dwarf's gonna be a pain to get, though. Although I could just cave in the ceiling. The music seems a little unwarranted. Well, I mean, it was mostly children. The grim part is, it was mostly children that died. I'm just gonna actually half the size of this for right now and forbid you. Basically, they'll fill up this stockpile and then ignore the rest. And we'll worry about making some more tombs and then go relax, I think, is what I need these dwarves to do for a wee bit of time. I'm just gonna pause. Well, actually, don't pause the brew drinks jobs, but I'm gonna pause a lot of jobs. Keep the make charcoal jobs running. Pause all these. Pause all these. Pause all these. Because what time is it? It's late spring. Summertime funness. Let's leave all those running. Tillen thank you very much for the raid. I greatly appreciate that. Seriously, dude. This music is what plays when a high enough percentage of your fortress dies. It's the death spiral song. So it basically means that a bunch of dwarves just died. Also, as a reminder, chat, I do have a daily minimum that I need to make in order to be able to stream sustainably. So far, we are... I'm just going to say the number. $65 away from it. Which means I'm not even halfway there. So if you happen to have a Prime sub available, think about me. Quick question. I haven't played much of the Steam version. Is it possible to configure the keys to be like the regular DF version? No. There is no regular DF version. It's just version 50, right? The keys are not rebindable to every menu item, so you cannot replicate the old control style. And I'm just going to say this politely. It's more beneficial in the Twitch chat than it is in the YouTube chat, but thank you very much for those membership gifts, Shark Jumping Walrus. YouTube takes a much higher portion than Twitch does of the revenue, but I do appreciate that, so thank you. Ipadilho, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Back to Dwarf Fortress today. You embarked in the beginning of the Succession Fort with Smetchel. Neat. You have 2 towers and a nearby dead have already shown up. You are not ready. Well, best of luck, my friend. It's good to see you regardless, though, Shark. Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Can I get a round of beers? So thank you for those memberships and that Prime sub. Foul G, thanks for the Prime for a 24th month. Welcome back, mate. You make some. Hope you make some YouTube videos telling of some of the fort stories. Those were really good. I mean, I'm actively editing one, so I put one out like a week ago. Foul G, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. I'll be honest, I kind of feel bad having to pester people into money, but such is the reality. Yep. If I had high enough CCV to just make a living without having to complain about it, I would choose that, but I don't. I feel like I need one more of each. You did something similar and embarked right next to a tower and prepared yourself for a yearly assault against horrible zombies. They attacked you once and you're assuming that the necromancer himself came with and you killed him. You haven't been attacked since. What happened? Everything in Dwarf Fortress has a finite population. So it is possible for you to literally kill every threat around you and them to all die. If it only had one necromancer and 10 zombies there and they attack you with one necromancer and 10 zombies, it's not going to be a huge threat. So what happened? I can't tell you for certain, but my assumption is that you've nullified the threat. That is my assumption. I'm also kind of thinking about moving, because this is my tavern up. This is part of my tavern. I'm going to actually get rid of the meeting zone down here and move the tavern up to there. Craftsdorf's Guild needs to also be grand. This is the Farmers Guild, and then this is the Craftsdorf's Guild, right? Yeah. I think I'm just gonna real quick make some iron statues. We'll just do 20 of them. I'm also going to go into here, and I'm going to throw in one of these. I mean, extremely likely that you killed the one necromancer that was in that location, yeah. Extremely likely. Not guaranteed, but extremely likely. So this will have them walking up and down this way more often. Which will be good. Oh boy. Oh, this one's much smaller. Well, that's good. I think what I'm going to do for this one is just wait for them to show up and then Lamal them to death. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tell all the dwarves to go stand there. Wait for the goblins to appear and then firing squad them. Except for the few that somehow aren't ready to go join the squad just yet. A few snatchers appear. Think of the children. Fear for the children. Actually, I'm more afraid for the snatchers, but... Chat, it begins. Can I get a Vile Darkness Force?
_Tebade cheered. X500. As a viewer, what you do is much more genuine than placing random gambling ads. I'm sure everyone here appreciates that.
I appreciate that. Cheers, dude. There's a kitty cat upstairs. Are there more of them? Or was that it? A few more. Here comes wave 2. Goblin derpity-doo. We've got to be getting pretty close to getting people with military titles. Uh-oh. One of the dwarves is above ground. All right, well, I'll just simply tell the dwarves to go up and meet them. Head on, then. So that hopefully you don't die, but... Well, it's happened to the best of us, so we'll see. I think that dwarf is dead. Silly dwarf. You didn't have to do that, dwarf. Cannot breathe. You're gonna die of suffocation, it seems. Rest in peace, Adil. Crystal vised. You didn't have to do that, but you chose to. Rest in peace. The good news is, walking back in requires the dwarves to walk directly through all of that. Which is, at the very least, somewhat decent for their health. I'm also now going to jump back down to here. We are going to make some more coffins. And I will check the daily minimum in a minute or so here, but it takes a little bit to update. We'll see how close we are. Although the YouTube portion is much harder to calculate. I can approximate. Hasn't updated just yet. But we're still loose estimation here. About 40 bucks off. But I won't know for sure for a little bit here. Let's unforbid this. And I've also got to start getting stuff dealt with, as in these dwarven corpses need to be dealt with. Oopsies. Take that off of auto. Unpause. I choose not to think about what the surface must smell like in this fortress. I feel like that's an unpleasant thought. But yeah, I'm sure it's not pretty. I've probably missed more than one, but I did see it. Let's do that. That. Troll has been reelected. He's thankfully still alive. that. And now I'm just gonna do this. Boom. Lot of bodies. And this dwarf went insane a while ago, who was found dead dehydrated. This is probably gonna be tough on the old mood strings. Probably going to be tough with the old mood strings. Literally, Legends viewer is the best external Legends viewer. I guess I didn't see the first half of the question, but it's called Legends viewer, and that would be your best Legends viewer. Gosh, this is rough. Another thing I could do is I could put another mist generator like right here. Would help quite a bit, actually. I've also got dwarves putting stuff in tombs, which is really what we need. I mean, moods are going to be horrible in this fort. That's, like, kind of a given. Because, like, I'm not being picky about who I'm putting in the military, so we're not really accounting for stress at all. It's just, if you're in the fort, you're in a squad, right? You're not necessarily going to see combat, but if you're in the fort, you're in a squad, and nobody has bedrooms yet. I don't have anybody who's acquired a title that I'm familiar with. So, it's just kind of, if you're in the military... If you're in the fort, you're in the military, and if you're in the military, your mood's gonna not be as good as it would be if you weren't in the military. So this is just gonna kind of be tough to deal with, but we will do what we can. Just trying to get these goblins out of the living room. I'm actually just gonna go up to here and do this. Thunk. Just get rid of all this shit. Same with this. They don't have bedrooms, but they have good rooms. Well, there are rooms. I'm not going to say they're necessarily high value. Well, I mean, the guild halls and stuff are. Speaking of guild halls. Man, doing guild halls like this without a... without a... decent, what's the word I'm looking for here? Without a decent person to count the value of it is kind of tough. It's kind of tough. What's up, Taris Malky? How's things? Also, hi, Seth Monster. Does Legends Viewer go in mods folder? Legends Viewer goes anywhere in the computer that you want it to go. And then you export Legends from Legends mode or using DFHack export Legends. Although I just prefer to do it in Legends mode because I find it crashes. At least on my rig, it tends to crash when I do it in Legends Viewer. And then on top of that, what's the word I'm looking for here? Export Legends in Legends mode or use the Export Legends command, just save if you do that. And then you take that file from the game directory and you put it in to a directory where it's easy to find. And then you open up Legends Viewer and you find that file in any directory. And then you look at Legends and then you have Legends. It's not something that runs concurrently with your game. And we've got another squad, or more potential squad members. More dwarves have arrived. Migrants have arrived, because it is now early summer. And I need to make a doctor's guild. Maybe I'll make this into my doctor's guild. Actually, I think I will just do that. think I will just do that, because it'll make my life a lot easier here. I'll just make it public. Where Dr. Guild? Further down there it is. The Times of Love. Citizens only. I mean, I have a broker. They're just not very good at their job because they haven't traded. They're just adequate. So, like, a lot of the values are still unknown. So acquiring the values of things, like guild halls, when you have a crappy broker, is a slow-going process, and you have to massively overvalue things, which is a little annoying. Tis a little annoying. And don't know how to use it. It should be in the documentation. Although I'm not sure where you downloaded it from. Just make sure you got a recent version of it, otherwise it won't work. And I will say, at the very least on my computer, it has some eccentricities, like it doesn't load the map data correctly, which is a little annoying, but... Ladies and gentlemen, why is there a blind cave ogre in the fort? That seems problematic. It's okay, it's dead now. So's Buttsworth. Well, that's a shame. Rest in peace, Buttsworth. One of my better squad captains. Unless, like, somehow you manage to heal through it, which would be whack. I've never seen somebody survive a cannot breathe. You want another minor Knights or Slow? Gotcha. Can we have it slightly... What variation on your name would you like that isn't Knights are Slow? Rest in peace, rest in peace? Rest in peace, Buttsworth. You died too young. And would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Because those are my options. Alright, well this is the one that I opened, so... Let's call you Knights. Knights is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he finds participating in since he does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has little interest in joking around. And he has a natural and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has little interest in joking around, and he doesn't focus on material... words. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he has little interest in joking around. He is slow to anger and generally acts with a narrow focus in the current activity. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass, of course, because naturally. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And doesn't feel strongly about many laws at all. He likes Phyllite as well as Electrum and Citrine and Clear Glass, Moon Snail Leather, and the color blue-gray. Greaves and crowns and two-humped camel men for their humps and the sight of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and can't stand large roaches. Our beloved Buttsworth, yeah. I feel bad for Buttsworth. It was a very unfortunate way to go. Took you a bit to get the V50 downloaded. Yeah, wait, what? Oh, and I was gonna say, why would it take you a while to get the V50 thing downloaded? Yeah, okay. I will say that the current iterations of Legends Viewer are not as good as they used to be, or as like quick to set up as they used to be, I find. But, you know, this kind of is what it is. Also in an ad break. Stormwolf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Unless you're in an ad. I was about to be like, yeah, it's a 25-minute cooldown. Actually, I'm not sure if you're in the ad or not, so. Also, YouTube folks, thanks for the 100 total likes. Appreciate yous. Checking where we're at. Presuming you're in an ad. We are $28 away from the daily minimum, including YouTube. We're about... This is a guesstimation, I don't know. YouTube revenue is so weirdly inconsistent, even on things like memberships. I'm just gonna go with $28 away from the daily minimum, because YouTube's hard to estimate. Might be closer to 20, but... You have a question. Is it possible to hold two shields in one hand? In one hand? Not consistently. In adventure mode, very consistently. I think. You can hold two shields on one dwarf. Why, do you have a dwarf holding two shields in one hand? If there's a dwarf holding two shields with one hand, there's some shenanigans happening. The Forgotten Beast, Ustrok, has come. A huge hairy leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its buff hair is shaggy. Beware its webs. Where's it? Oh, phew. Okay, it's in the layer where it can't get to me. I was like, we don't need another problem right now. And there is another beast on this layer, which it may or may not fight with, but I can't see it currently and don't know where it is. I like Thief Chance. That's a good name for a place. The Strifeful Spikes. So Stormwolf, what kind of dwarf you want? Some kind of crafting dwarf, probably. Can't really pick an Aaron Agile. Gotcha. So something crafty related. I was waiting for the ad stand because I figured you were in an ad. I've got a metalsmith. I've got a... That's what your lobster's named. Metalsmith is probably the first one I see. If that's something that strikes your fancies. Stormdorf is, I can change it if you want, by the way. Not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. She has a very calm demeanor and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She dislikes the natural world and she tends to hang on to grievances. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she takes help she takes gifts and offered help without feeling particularly grateful. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. It seems like one of my wrestlers has given birth to a baby girl. She personally finds the acquisition in power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion, values sacrifice and sees competition in as wasteful and silly, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes malachite and aluminum, as well as topaz and giant slug leather, armor and ducks for their quacks, and the sound of the flaxen lilac, and the sight of the pantomime flutes, and when possible, prefers to consume yellow bullhead and persimmon wine, and can't stand large roaches. You're married to wasabi, and is euphoric due to inebriation. Welcome to the fort. And you have 2 children. I'm gonna check a dwarf real quick. Another thing I need to do, I'm just gonna do iron flasks. Just do like 50 of them. And I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to go to this, and we're going to go attack something. Goblin Pits of Crowded Menace. You're the closest thing. Pillage. Do it. And I'm also going to throw another dwarf in here. Throw Mistum the Butcher in there. This dwarf has no pants. That's something I feel like I should mention. Oh, no, you do. Do you have greaves? I don't see them, though. It says you have greaves, but... Oh, no, you don't. Okay, never mind. I misread that. Well, you should go get pants, dwarf. Hello, Whippy Effect. What are we whippying it back and forth? Shenanigans or your dwarf found some tiny... I mean, it's possible they could have found some tiny shields. But I would say it sounds like shenanigans. One of your squad members is so prepared he has 4 shields. Yeah, that sounds like a bug, but I would roll with it because that sounds awesome. I love it when nonsense like that happens because it's always fun. But yeah, stuff like that's always entertaining. But yeah, once again, chat, I do have to say I appreciate all of you for tuning in and taking the time to watch the stream. So thanks for helping keep the channel funded and tolerating my pestering. This mayor is neat. Although I'm a little bit worried about your tasks situation. I'm gonna let you make crafts. Recover wounded. How are you wounded? Did you have too much to drink or something? You might get that dwarf may get diagnosed with drunkenness. For the pestering and banter, bring it on. Well, Not entirely sure how I can bring it on in this instance, but... Hope that squad attack goes well enough. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to say it was that. We cleared that. This is a human hamlet. Boop, 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 boop. 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 And boop. We're going to go explore a human hamlet. And, we're also attacking a goblin location. So the population is about to drop pretty friggin' dramatically, and I think I have enough dwarves that I can make a new squad. A new squad. I'm actually gonna make another miner squad. And then everybody who I see running around with a pickaxe, I will just assign to be a miner. When one has lots of caged Drothlas, how do you handle that? Wait for trade wagons to sell them? Go to the others button and then type in cage and then click this. And then you could do one of two things. You could put them into a pen pasture and like, you know, breed them, or you could slaughter them, or you could sell them. But they have to be at the very least base level trained to be able to do that. But I usually just butcher them. That's generally what I do. I generally just butcher them. I think I'm going to low-key set up a... I don't want to put it right there, though. I'm going to set up a soap-making industry. Put it down here. Yeah, I would say Drothlas are actually a really good livestock. I really like having a decent number of Drothlas in any given fort. I find them to be a really good farming critter. Like, they're one of the better cavern creatures to try and train. Because they're not super aggressive, so if they forget their training, they just kind of run away in fear. They're large, so they produce lots of food and lots of leather. And yeah, I'm a fan of Drothlas. I like Drothlas quite a bit. But they eat a lot too. That's true. Yeah, they do need pretty big pastures. They're not the worst for that, but yeah, they're not great. Okay, let's just expand this again. Enter Bunny has withdrawn from society, so this is the beginnings of another artifact. I'm actually really curious about what you make. Oh. They've claimed a forge. We're probably going to get an artifact weapon. Or an artifact piece of armor. They grabbed iron already, so that's exciting. Any bets on what this dwarf's gonna make, chat? I'm really hoping for a piece of armor. That would be cool, like a helm, maybe? Domesticate them and periodically butcher 1/3 of them. Yeah, it's like, basically like every spring just kind of go through and slaughter all of the adults of a thing if you've domesticated something. Is a pretty good way to go about doing it. Speaking of that, I should do that with my bears. You know what? I'm also just going to do that with the Ruthrers. Apparently I have Drothlas, by the way. Yeah, I'll keep the cat. It's a named cat. Artifact boots made in a pair. Generally, artifacts don't make a pair. Or at least I don't think they've ever made pairs. Maybe there's a mod to make them make pairs, but in vanilla, it's just a singular. So it's like a left boot or a right boot or just the gauntlet. Yeah, no, if you find godlike items, they're usually in pairs. Speaking of, since I've got a lot of tasks disabled, let's check this squad. I want these dwarves to go get this stuff. So every individual I see here holding a pickaxe. It's actually probably the easiest way to do this. I may also just not have enough pickaxes, so let's just do iron pick. We'll just do 10 of them. 2 artifact left socks. Oh my god. The nightmares. Gold buckler? That would be wild. Jesus, if it was a gold buckler, because there's no gold in this fortress that I'm aware of. So if they make a gold buckler, that would be fucking crazy. Like, just no exaggeration either. Like, that would just be nuts if they made a gold buckler, because there is no gold in this fort. So, dwarves discovering alchemy all of a sudden would be kind of crazy. I, too, would be impressed by it. Speaking of being impressed by it, I think it's this. Yeah, let's just dig down here. Tripping is gonna go dig a channel. Oh no, never mind, you're making charcoal. Stukos is gonna go make a channel. Hello, Glitch. I mean, you could assign one of those boots to a dwarf. Usually when you get artifact armor pieces, though, I just display them. I find that that's a better use for artifact armor for the most part than other things. Okay, so this is all just gonna pool out. It's gonna take a little bit, but a forgotten beast named Lugath Luros. I must smith. I must myth. I must myth. I have no idea how to say that. Has come. A huge blob composed of mud. Ah. Thankfully, huge blob composed of mud could just get slapped by a troglodyte and probably die. The mangy gristle. Uh-huh. We'll just watch it as it wanders towards the fort. It doesn't increase the movement speed, no. But that would be incredible if it did. Kill list, let's see. It's got 5 notable kills, in fact, and 4 others. It killed a troll once. Must have only killed sleeping things. Fun fact about Dwarf Fort, because Jesus was talking about alchemy in the YouTube chat. Alchemy was a feature that sort of existed for a bit and then ceased to exist. And it was removed from the game for version 50 because it was a skill that did nothing, that had no use. But what was originally intended to be used as, or turned into alchemy, eventually instead got turned into, words. Got turned into soap making. So in Dwarf Fortress, soap making is, that's an elephant. It'd be cool if I had a cage trap here, but I literally have none. They're all empty. Crud. Here comes Blobby McGinns. I did, in fact, have to address the elephant in the room. Moreb, I'm not sure if you know this. Oh, well, you're off map right now. Your Scholar Dwarf arrived here from the previous fort, and as far as I know, isn't dead. Yeah, you're also the only assigned scholar in this fort. That's mildly annoying. It appears that Zuglar the recruit, who is very decked out for a recruit, is going to charge in and stab at this beastie, and it dies. Well done. You did it. Oh, I need to sort out a bolts situation. I think I know why. Let's go along here. Since all these goblins are dead, we can start working on the armor. Yeah. Bars. 52 steel bars. Let's do 20 steel bolts. Did I just catch an elephant? It ran up this way and disappeared, so. I don't believe you've written anything because I don't have any writing materials in this fortress, so it would be very difficult for you to have written something. Okay, so the reason the exploring tasks haven't started yet is because they haven't all left. Uh-oh. Miner's been missing for a week. What'd I do? Probably that. I'm not sure what I did, but apparently I lost a miner. So, it's the one who drowned? Several have drowned, but I actually maybe. I figured they would have seen that one if it's the one I'm thinking of, but oh well. That's kind of sad. All right, let's mine all this out as well as this. Will we get a new ghost friend? No, we won't. I'll memorialize him. It's fine. Don't have enough engravers on the map at the moment. Need some more engravers. We actually got a set of chain leggings. Dishmab Enterbunny, the Herald, has created Akasurlid Zerzikurlom. A iron chain leggings, and offers it to the Abyssal Torch. I think that is going to get put on this pedestal right here. That. Investments are open if people care. I mean, I would say that your dwarf has already done more than something, for whatever it's worth. I think that your dwarf has done a pretty good job, Moreb, of... Oh, shit. Sorry. I think that your dwarf has already done a good job of making sure that... Those grizzlies need to be removed from this. I think that your dwarf has already done a pretty good job making sure that the fortress stays safe. Hey, Shy Pandemonium. And Kage Jetai. That's news to me, YouTube chat, if the alchemist skill was a research direction. I mean, alchemy is... I'm pretty sure they can still study chemistry as scholars. It wouldn't surprise me if that's still a thing, but... No, alchemy was generally just the most modded skill. Like, it was the basically blank template does nothing skill that people would use to mod things like magic into the game. Or at least into fortress mode. Portion of the game. Checking my daily minimum again, see where we're at, if it's bumped up at all. Yeah, we're still $28 away. I'm kind of tempted to try and invade hell in this fort, but in order to do that, we need to acquire adamantine first and get properly kitted. And I think I'm going to start taking this, like, digging deeply area down here a little bit more seriously and not, like, just digging directly into it like I was for a while. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a floor piece on top of this, I think. Just to make that less of a danger right there. How's Eurist? You're allowed to ask about a dwarf. Not dead and very happy is currently reading The Sweats and Adulation. The Sweats and Adulation is what you're reading.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Might be Goose, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Appreciate you very much, seriously. I have the coolest job in the world because people support this channel, so thank you very much for supporting this channel. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. And it is a square rusted metal shield. I don't think that's a treasure. That's, like, definitely not that valuable, if anything. We should get some de-rust on it, but it's good to see the dwarves value it, if nothing else. We found some trash, guys. Pretty much, yeah. Same vibe. Same vibe, man. And death by rats! Another member of the ratosphere. The fenced catches have returned. And others. My big exploratory invasion has returned. Hey, chat room. Can I get a big round of beers for Death by Rats? Thank you very much for the one of the best ways to support the channel. Subscribing at tier 1 on Twitch. The dwarf was loot. Journey to the dwarf was looted, so these are just books, right? Yeah, this could be a fuckload of books, isn't it? Life with Skinned Lather. I would never want to live somewhere called Skinned Lather. That's disturbing. I'm not a fan of that. The Wizard's Guide to the Author. Oh, yeah. The Forest Titan and then the World. From Crescent Spicy. Wait, hold on. Is this Crescent? Is the place I'm looting called place I'm looting is called Crescent Spicy. That's a great name. I like how I'm stealing stuff from places and not even looking at the name of it. Okay, Crescent Spicy is now empty. And we are acquiring a, oops, that was an unintentional zoom out. We are acquiring a whole bunch of books. I think we're going to encrust furniture with polished stones. But oopsies. Because I got a ton of those. And the sloppy berries. Damn right, in the sloppy berries. Sounds like an elven book. The elves have all kinds of fun. That's one of the things I really like about the elves, actually, is they have a lot of fun innuendo and dumb nonsense in their vocabulary. Which I genuinely find to be really fun. Alright, so I'm actually going to do something I haven't done in a while. I'm going to take about 2/3 of my squads, and I'm going to take them off duty. We're also in an ad break right as the game saves, which is perfect. Also, YouTube folks, just because I kind of forgot to do this, I'm going to do a real quick Super Chat Skull. For the algorithm. I kind of forgot to do this yesterday. YouTube likes streams that have goals. They don't like you to be, you know, just trucking along without any goals in your life. I gotta say that siege was pretty exciting, though. I find that, like, I don't know how you guys play the game, chat, generally, but I find that I flip-flop back and forth between wanting to just make a maniacal death trap that's just like, here's a Rube Goldberg machine of, like, 35 different switches and pulleys and things that cause, like, the inevitable, like, minecart to fly down a thing and smack into something, or like firing lava at stuff, or just dumping water on things. Like, that's fun, but I never want to do that 2 forts in a row, right? Like, fort number 1, let's build a maniacal death trap. Fort number 2, let's just, you know, grab spears and say charge, you know. Like that fort that I did a long time ago now, maybe about a year ago now, that had a Gorlak Queen, which I really wish a grizzly bear is fighting with an elephant. It's the duel of our times, chat. Because this squad just returned, and the grizzly bear is like, elephant must eat! An artifact named Desk? Literally just named Desk? That's kind of funky. A Snatcher? Protecteth the child? I thought I saw the goo move. This is not going to end well for these Snatchers. Where are those Snatchers, actually? Okay, well, there's one right here. Appears to just be leaving the map. Okay. I was going to make a soap industry, wasn't I? Let's do that. I need to slow down. Get slower. I need a ashery. Let's just do 2, actually. Okay, fine, just 1. A soap maker's shop. And let's make ash. Soap from tallow. Let's do 50 of each. And I'm just gonna do this yearly. No, not seasonally. Yearly. Except for Ash, I'm gonna actually make 52. And I'm currently out of wood again. So let's go into this cavern layer. That's interesting. There's a very small change that has been made to Dwarf Fortress, which I was unaware of. Previously, if you would go to chop down a tree in the middle of the tree, it would let you do it, but it wouldn't actually chop down the tree, like this, see? The dwarfs wouldn't be able to chop it down, and you also wouldn't be able to designate chopping it down at the bottom, but now you can. I wonder if that's a DF Hack Sneaky patch, or if that's a Dwarf Fortress thing that wasn't noted in any of the patch notes. That's intriguing, actually. Skithy, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you greatly. We got another one, friend. It's been there since the Adventure Mode beta patch. Oh, neat. Okay, I never noticed because I've just been so deeply entrenched in my habit of seeing a tree that's half cut down. Well, erase the middle of it. It wouldn't work from your phone. I actually know I need to look up the subscribing from phone thing because at least on Apple devices, Apple just got forced to no longer take a cut, yeah? I wonder if subscribing on Apple devices is now a thing that you like is maybe not recommended, but like a thing that's actually not a terrible idea now? Because it was a terrible idea for a while. Main squad is back, so I should see how that pillage went. The Hammers of Dance attacked the Doom of Insight's depleted terror. The dwarf Attis led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Stolstub Taught Evil. The goblin outmatched Attis with a cunning plan. Oh, come on. You had Prime to spare, so you wanted to throw it at you? Nah, it's all good. The only reason I prefer streaming on... Well, there's two reasons I prefer streaming on Twitch. It's an easier place to build community than YouTube, and it's... They give me a better cut. YouTube claims to give 70%, but in reality, it's close to about 60%. Because of fees. I don't have that with Twitch. I just get 70% through Twitch. So, but with Primes, I get $2.50 based on your region, approximately. Wolf's tooth was smashed? Okay, nobody died, but Wolf lost a tooth, and one of my bears got a kill. Well, it could have gone worse. Let's go pillage them again. Because you gotta train up at some point. What's your ambushing skill, Dwarf? Adequate ambusher? Not bad. We're getting there. The bear should get a bedroom. I can't assign a bear to a bedroom even if I wanted to, so. I literally can't do that. It's not a thing that's possible. You're in the YouTube stream and heard the payment thing, so you're porting over? I mean, at the end of the day, watch where it's easiest for you. I mean, I know for fact the YouTube mobile app is better for streams than the Twitch app, because the Twitch app is terrible for streams these days. I don't mind the chat overlay thing that they have, but like, the Twitch app is bad these days. It's just a fact. Actually, hold on. Work animals, throw that one in there as well. There you go, you should go. The Twitch app is bad for streams these days. The YouTube app is better for like watching on a TV or watching on a mobile device. And I know that a pretty common thing that I'm seeing a lot recently is people watching through Twitch, but people watching through Twitch, but ooh, I need to make bear people clothing. And then using the mobile app on Twitch to communicate. Certainly something I see quite frequently. Trousers, silk tunic. So at the end of the day, watch me wherever you feel the most comfortable. But if you are choosing to subscribe, Twitch is the more efficient one in that way. Okay, what's currently fighting? More grizzly and another elephant. The elephant vomits. Well, oh no! Are we drowning an elephant? Oh my god. That's intense. Also, I love the fact that my grizzly bear killed a grizzly bear. They're both overexerted and unconscious. Although this thing is bleeding heavily. So hopefully the... Okay, the elephant did, in fact, bleed out. The bear's got to take a nap, though. Because it's so exhausted from that fighting. Yeah, no, it's fair. Apparently 1.5 can margaritas, you're feeling chatty. I know the feeling. Yeah. I was a pint of beer in and editing videos last week and ended up chatting in streams I haven't talked in like a year plus. So I've definitely been there before. You can give them a pasture with a bed and cabinet in it. Well, they gotta earn their stripes, right? Man, there's so much random crud. Also, I don't even know how many tanner's shops I have, so I'm just gonna go down here real quick and throw in a couple tanner's shops. So I probably need more of them, however many I have. So all this has been dug out now. Let's dig through you. Just gonna smooth you. Smooth you. Smooth you. Smooth you. Smooth you. And smooth you. Down in here. Gonna dig through all this, dig through all that. Dig through all this, and this is finally draining out. Jesus Christ. Careful there, Dwarf. Because of the artifacts they have? Any consequences for killing guests because of artifacts? If they're part of a faction that isn't like a minor faction, it'll hurt your reputation with them, but that's about it. So like if they're part of a known human faction, then yes. Otherwise, not really. I mean, nothing material. Speaking of factions, the dwarves are here to trade. So I'm really, really hopeful I can actually trade with them this time. The last time my bears attacked them and I couldn't trade. Totem, Because I got so many fucking totems. I've also got a bunch that are encrusted with a ton of stuff, so they're super valuable. Should also start making clothing again. I'm seeing a lot of damaged clothing. Also got a shit ton of figurines, including a milk quartz one. Such gear, much scream. But yeah, usually the consequence for killing almost anything is that. Although I will say, if you're gonna kill a guest, check their relations before you do anything, like the people that they're friends with, because if they have a bunch of friends in your fort, it might piss off their friends. I would say you're probably better, like if you have the option, I would arrest them, and then once you've arrested them, use the like dump item option to dump all of the gear off of them, or dump whatever the artifact is off of them. If you have the option to do that, they may not give you the option to do that actually, but if they do give you the option to do that, dump the artifact out of their inventory, which is the thing I would do first. If presented with both of those options, I would do that one first. Oh my god. It's a lot of artifacts. Choirs that haven't had a book items binding are illegal. Wait, what? That sounds like somebody put an export mandate on it, because choirs can be traded. I built an entire fort once on selling books and choirs that haven't been bound. So that sounds like you just had an export mandate on it. When this squad comes back, I need to send them back out immediately. Like immediately, because they've got the bears that cause issues. Oh, and they're back. Let's see how they did. So I sent them the last time they got outmatched. The goblins, again's tactical planning was superior. God fucking damn it. But Attis once again led the attack. Clockwork clashed with 8 goblins. The Eye of Dofali's tongue was ripped out. Wolf was struck down. No! Both of the wolves have been struck down in various places around here. One of my dwarfs took out a Eye of Dofali necromancer experiment. They clashed with 8 goblins, slaying 4. I mean, there's limitations. They're just very, very wide limitations, Joker. Sometimes previous mandates can stick around. But there's a few asterisks to the mandates thing, so I would say it's likely that there is actually another mandate there. Let's go raid this place. Pillage it. Go, 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 go. What's your ambush skill? Still rusty at it, man. At least you're competent in tactics. Come on, bears, get back out. These bears have this bad habit of just attacking my traders when they're here to trade. At the hospital, as in a doctor? Bone Doll? Let's just make sure that we trade before anything else happens. Excess weight. Well, I mean, okay, I'll buy your copper cages. Also buy your barrels and your buckets. And your picks. Oh, never mind. I don't actually have enough value here. Never mind. We'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait. Would you like Nil or Dubar? Nil's the less pissed off one. It was in the 600s the last time I looked. I'll look after I've named this dwarf. Bone Doll. Would never under any circumstances speak up or otherwise put forth her point of view in a discussion. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Does not find most jokes humorous and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is quick to anger. Enjoys the company of others and has a calm demeanor. Tends to think before acting and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Okay, I thought I saw a combat line popping up, but no, that's not the case. Let's pause game. She enjoys the company of others and has a calm demeanor. She tends to think before acting, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally views any show of emotion as offensive. Hi, Vulcans. And has a great deal of compassion, and has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsdwarfship. And sees competition as reasonably important and values romance. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. It's a competitive world, and you'd be a fool to think otherwise, says the dwarf. She likes Borax Electrum and Lapis Lazuli, as well as Helmet Snake Tooth. I like Helmet Snakes. It's one of my... I really like the sprites. The color green, helms and coins and turkeys for their gobble. And prefers to consume goat cheese, parsnip plants, and hard wheat beer. Cotton freakish weather. That's all the weather here. That would be like if it was raining... You know how, like, in really, really polluted areas, it can rain, like, toxic rain, which is really, really, really bad for you? I would say that's, like, the closest equivalent we have to raining freakish weather. In regards to the library, 664 books is what we're currently at. It makes the rain gives them a fever temporarily, but that's it. Right now we're just gathering a lot of items from the surface, which ain't great for their health. But fortunately, it's forcing them all to run through this, which, you know, could be worse. I'm also going to do a thing real quick, which is prioritize this side. Oops. Which is prioritize running through the edges. Because that'll make them run through the mist more consistently. So let's just go here and type in train. What's up, Liam? It's good to see you. It's been a while. Hope that you've been well, dude. Enjoy your lurks, Liam. Yeah, today's one of those days where I wish that I had more things to talk about, to be honest. I mean, like, a lot of the stuff that I've been thinking about recently is just, like, very games media related when it comes to, like, games industry stuff and stuff that's easy for me to just turn into conversation pieces. But we're, you know, not many people in my chat, I don't think, actively read Polygon articles. And, you know, the giant bomb stuff's neat, but it's cool that they're independent, but again, I'm not entirely sure that there's a huge giant bomb audience around my chat.